Chapter 700. This is a sound wave attack. Seal your hearing, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He quickly activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. He used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to block his ears. Sikong Jiayue did not dare to hesitate and quickly used his Heaven Star Qi to block his ears. Only then did the two of them feel much better. Brat, do you think blocking your ears is enough? The power of the 4 ferocious cauldrons is not just a simple sound wave attack. The evil abyss dragon sneered. This is the 4 ferocious cauldrons. The 4 ferocious cauldrons of the 108 divine cauldrons. Lin Feng was shocked. In the divine cauldron list, there was a 4 ferocious cauldron. It was a supreme divine cauldron that alchemists dreamed of. However, Lin Feng did not know if this was one of the 4 ferocious cauldrons on the divine cauldron list. That's right, this is one of the 4 ferocious cauldrons on the divine cauldron list. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. The evil abyss dragon said, It's really the 4 ferocious cauldrons. This is great. I've dreamed of getting a divine cauldron on the divine cauldron list. I didn't expect to get one today. It's really a gift from the heavens. Lin Feng said excitedly. He was an alchemist. However, a good cauldron could not be bought with money. As for the 108 divine cauldrons, don't even think about it. Who would have thought that the evil abyss dragon would have such a treasure? Stop. Looking at the excited Lin Feng, the evil abyss dragon suddenly shouted. Its face was very dark. What did this brat mean? A gift from the heavens? Did this brat think that he could defeat it? This brat did not put it in his eyes. Thinking of this, the evil abyss dragon flew into a rage. In the eyes of the evil abyss dragon, Lin Feng was just an ant, such a small character. How dare he ignore it? This was an insult to it. Evil abyss dragon, this brat is ignoring you. Quickly kill him. Duguyan's remnant soul shouted, said Lin Feng indifferently. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until you're in hell. You'll never be able to do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out the heaven swallowing jar. He planned to use this treasure to devour the 4 vicious cauldrons. Die, brat, the evil abyss dragon sneered. Then, it continued to activate the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Roar, 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 4 powerful beasts transformed into phantoms. Roars rang out continuously. A terrifying wave of energy surged out. A ferocious aura filled the air. Then, the 4 ferocious beast phantoms pounced over. Devour. Facing the attack of the 4 beasts, Lin Feng activated the heaven swallowing jar. The heaven devouring jar flew out. Waves of destructive energy waves emanated from the sky devouring jar. That terrifying fluctuation surged through the heavens and the earth, shook space-time, and swept out in all directions. The devouring power instantly enveloped the 4 ferocious cauldrons. The heaven-swallowing jar wanted to devour the 4 ferocious cauldrons. The 4 ferocious cauldrons quickly flew towards the heaven-devouring jar. Done! Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The heaven-devouring jar was truly worthy of being a Saint Emperor artifact. Even though it was broken, it was still extremely powerful. Brat, you still have such a treasure? If you want to devour my 4 vicious cauldrons, don't even think about it. Seeing that the 4 vicious cauldrons were about to be devoured by the heaven-devouring jar, the evil abyss dragon suddenly roared. Its huge claws waved. The 4 vicious cauldrons that were originally pouncing towards Lin Feng, they instantly flew back into the 4 vicious cauldrons and once again turned into the 4 imprints on the cauldrons. The 4 imprints, distorted space-time, waves of terrifying energy waves, emitted. After the 4 vicious cauldrons returned to the 4 vicious cauldrons, they actually resisted the heaven-devouring jar's devouring. As expected, of a divine cauldron on the divine cauldron list. It was really not simple. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression slightly darkened. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound was heard. The evil abyss dragon's huge tail whipped towards Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged. But he was unable to dodge the attack of the evil abyss dragon. A loud bang was heard. The evil abyss dragon sent Lin Feng flying. Then, an endless ghost aura surged. The evil abyss dragon hid in the ghost aura and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Feng. At the critical moment, Sikong Jiayue took action. He used all his strength to bring out the divine shield. Rays of divine light surged. The divine shield protected him, and Lin Feng, the evil abyss dragon, did not stop. It obviously wanted to swallow Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue together. Even the divine shield would be swallowed. Facing the evil abyss dragon's bloody mouth, the divine shield's divine light soared into the sky. The divine light that shot out, it instantly bombarded the evil abyss dragon's body. The evil abyss dragon could not help but let out a painful roar. Its huge body was swept away. Good chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and rushed towards the evil abyss dragon. He instantly arrived in front of the evil abyss dragon. The evil abyss dragon roared, "Boy, are you here to die?" The evil abyss dragon opened its mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Light flashed in his hand. A treasure flew out. The treasure's Buddhist light soared into the sky. It was the Saraira that Lin Feng had obtained. The Saraira was a Buddhist treasure. It was the best treasure to restrain evil ghosts. After the Saraira was taken out, it instantly pierced through the evil abyss dragon's body. Endless Buddhist light surged. It spread inside the evil abyss dragon's body. Buddhist Saraira, why is it like this? The evil abyss dragon let out a terrified roar. Endless ghost aura surged out of the evil abyss dragon's body. The evil abyss dragon wanted to force out the Buddhist karma that had entered its body, but it failed. The Buddhist karma began to disintegrate the evil abyss dragon's body. "I'm not willing to die like this." The evil abyss dragon roared in fear. It was struggling, but the evil abyss dragon soon found that no matter how it struggled and resisted, it was useless. The evil abyss dragon pounced towards Lin Feng, wanting to drag Lin Feng down with it before it died. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he used Sky Splitter to attack. Bang! The evil abyss dragon's body directly exploded. Only the soul source was left floating in the air. Seeing the evil abyss dragon's soul source, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly collected the soul source. Then, Lin Feng controlled the Saraira to attack Dugu Yan's remnant soul. Dugu Yan was already scared out of his wits. He turned and ran. Pooh! But he couldn't escape at all. The Saraira instantly pierced through Dugu Yan's remnant soul. Dugu Yan's remnant soul also exploded. Dugu Yan died. Lin Feng stored Dugu Yan's soul power in a porcelain bottle and sealed it. He also wanted to use this soul power to exchange for the 500 million reward. This Saraira is really powerful. It instantly killed the evil abyss dragon and Dugu Yan. Sikong Jiayue looked at the Saraira that flew back to Lin Feng and clicked his tongue in wonder. This is a sacred object of Buddhism. It is very effective against these evil ghosts. Lin Feng smiled and quickly flew towards the four cauldrons. The biggest gain this time was the four cauldrons. Just as Lin Feng was about to collect the four cauldrons, suddenly a flying sword shot towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning. It instantly flew in front of Lin Feng. The flying sword slashed down. He wanted to cut off Lin Feng's head. Chapter 701. The flying sword emitted a cold light. This was actually a high-grade artifact flying sword. It could cut through iron like mud. It could cut people like hair. Someone ambushed me? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Coldness appeared in his eyes. The heaven-swallowing jar was still by Lin Feng's side. When the flying sword was about to slash at him, the heaven-swallowing jar emitted a shocking wave that directly enveloped the flying sword. Then, the flying sword was directly swallowed by the heaven-swallowing jar. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. Then, 3 cultivators appeared. The one who screamed was a blue-clothed cultivator. Just now, he used his flying sword to sneak attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar and forcefully swallowed the other party's treasure. The connection between the blue-clothed cultivator and the heaven-swallowing jar was forcefully cut off. He suffered a backlash. His face was pale. "Brat, you dare to swallow my flying sword. You know who I am?" The blue-clothed cultivator's face was slightly distorted. Lin Feng kept the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he coldly glanced at the 3 people. The blue-clothed cultivator who spoke had a long face and an aquiline nose, giving off a gloomy feeling. There was also a green-clothed cultivator. This person was very handsome and extraordinary. As for the woman, she was dressed in purple, and she was also quite beautiful. These 3 people all had arrogant and ostentatious expressions. Judging from their attitude, they were obviously from extraordinary backgrounds. People from the Penglai ancient sacred land. Sikong Jiayue frowned slightly. The 3 of them immediately revealed an arrogant expression. The female cultivator said, "That's right, we are all deacons of the Penglai ancient sacred land. The abyss dragon that you killed was the one that we heavily injured before. The soul of the abyss dragon escaped, and we chased it all the way here. We were about to take action, but you were 1 step ahead of us. We spent a lot of effort to heavily injure the abyss dragon. Could it be that you want to forcefully snatch our prey?" Hearing the female cultivator's words, Lin Feng really wanted to slap her. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. This abyss dragon had obviously been here for a long time. Moreover, the 3 of them were hiding in the dark and did not show themselves. He wanted to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. After failing to launch a sneak attack on him, he came up with such an excuse. How shameless! Sikong Jiayue said with a gloomy expression. "Do you think we will believe your nonsense?" The green-robed cultivator sneered. "We don't care if you believe us or not, but the Maritime Law Enforcement Union will believe us. Hand over the evil flood dragon's origin, the 4 ferocious cauldrons, and the soul imprint left behind by Dugu Yen, and we can let you go. If you don't cooperate, we'll issue a warrant for arrest and report you to the Maritime Law Enforcement Union for colluding with Dugu Yen to kill the innocent. Tell me, will the Maritime Law Enforcement Union believe you 2 rogue cultivators? Or do you trust the 3 overseers of Penglai? Shameless! How shameless! It was clearly these people who wanted to kill him and steal his treasures, but failed. Now he had actually turned black into white. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had worked hard to kill Dugu Yen and the evil abyss flood dragon, getting rid of the scourge that had harmed countless people. Now, these 3 overseers of Penglai were slandering them for colluding with Dugu Yen. Who else could it be? Who wouldn't be angry? Penglai is one of the top powers in the East Sea, the role model of the righteous path. How dare you twist the truth like this? Today, the 2 of us brothers have seen the glory of Penglai. Lin Feng mocked. The female deacon from the Penglai ancient holy land said proudly, "In the East Sea, the Penglai ancient holy land is the law. Black can be white, white can be black. If someone says that you colluded with pirates to kill innocent people in the East Sea, then you colluded with pirates. If someone says that you're a demon, then you're a demon. Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed. How overbearing. Do you think Peng Lai can cover the sky with one hand? The current leader of the Maritime Law Enforcement Union is a grand elder of Peng Lai. What's the point of covering the sky with one hand? The female deacon of the ancient Holy Land of Peng Lai sneered. The blue-clothed cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. Kid, not only do you have to hand over all your treasures, but you also have to slap yourself 10 times. This is the price you have to pay for stealing my flying sword. Now, kneel and slap yourself in the face. Then, hand over all your treasures, and I'll spare your dog life. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The 3 overseers of Peng Lai looked coldly at Lin Feng. Kid, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how reckless you are. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, but his eyes flashed with killing intent. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such an arrogant and despotic person who could twist the truth. His heart was already filled with killing intent. Who cared about these people's identities? They would definitely die. Kid, you've committed a capital crime. No one in the world can save you. Send a signal to the Maritime Law Enforcement Union and list these 2 kids as fugitives. The female overseer of Peng Lai said. The blue-clothed cultivator nodded and took out a jade talisman. It was obvious that this jade talisman had the function of transmitting messages. As long as the Maritime Law Enforcement Union received the message, they would quickly notify the East Sea Law Enforcement Team. At that time, the 3 overseers would only need to delay Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. When the law enforcement team arrived, they would be able to kill Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. This was because every law enforcement team had a cultivator at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When encountering such a cultivator, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue would definitely die. The blue-clothed cultivator activated the jade talisman. The jade talisman instantly shattered, and runes shot up into the sky. The 3 deacons of the ancient Holy Land of Peng Lai sneered. They quickly separated and surrounded Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue to prevent Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue from escaping. The 3 overseers were all at the Yin-Yang realm. Although they were only at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm, they believed that it would be very easy to stop Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue from leaving. Idiot, Lin Feng sneered. Kid, you dare to scold us? When the law enforcement team arrives, we'll see how you die. The 3 of them glared at Lin Feng. Did you really send the message? Lin Feng waved his right hand. A powerful suction force surged out. Talismans started falling from the sky, and Lin Feng grabbed them in his hand. These runes contained the message they wanted to send. As long as the message flew out of the sea, it would be sensed by an ancient Tao artifact at the headquarters of the Maritime Law Enforcement Union. The headquarters of the Maritime Law Enforcement Union could use the Tao artifact to contact the law enforcement team across an endless distance and provide support. How is this possible? The 3 overseers of Peng Lai were in disbelief. They didn't understand. How could these runes be intercepted? I forgot to tell you that I'm also an Earth-tier spiritual array master. Even though the barrier here has been broken, I've secretly arranged a few hundred spiritual inscriptions to activate the barrier. This place is already heavily surrounded, and no one can leave unless they can break through the barrier with overwhelming power. As for these insignificant runes, they only contain a strand of magic power. Wanting to fly out is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he shattered the runes with his right hand. He looked at the 3 overseers with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 702. When they heard that Lin Feng was an Earth-rank spirit array master, the expressions of the three deacons from the ancient Holy Land of Penglai changed again. They naturally knew what an Earth-rank spirit array master represented. The restrictions here were terrifying. Since Lin Feng could activate the restrictive spells, he had to be careful if Lin Feng activated the restrictions here to deal with them. At that time, only death would await them. We're from the Penglai ancient Holy Land. If you kill us, the universal sky mirror of the Penglai ancient Holy Land will be able to find out what happened here. You'll also die then, said Lin Feng. The female deacon from the ancient Holy Land of Penglai shrieked. Complete sky mirror? There's such a treasure? Lin Feng was surprised. Sikong Jiayuan nodded and said, I've also heard of the complete sky mirror. It's said to be a peak Dao artifact with terrifying power. Many factions have even created similar treasures based on the complete sky mirror's appearance and abilities. However, compared to the real complete sky mirror, they're worlds apart. The blue-clothed cultivator shouted, It seems like you know how powerful the complete sky mirror is. Since you know, you should obediently let us go. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Lin Feng sneered. Let you go? Didn't you just say that you want me to kneel on the ground and slap myself 10 times? Fine. Kneel down and slap yourself 10 times. Then I'll consider letting you go. How about that? Brat, you dare to humiliate me? The blue-clothed cultivator's face darkened, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. He was a deacon of the ancient Holy Land of Penglai. He was in the Yinyang realm. He had a high status. He had always been the one humiliating others. Who dared to humiliate him? But now, someone actually wanted him to kneel on the ground and slap himself. The blue-clothed cultivator was completely enraged. You're not willing? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Today, I'll let you know the power of an Earth-rank spirit array master. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand. Boom, a terrifying aura filled the air. The array here had been activated. A chain formed in the air and swept towards the blue-clothed cultivator. They were like chains of order. The blue-robed cultivator roared, Brat, you dare to attack? Aren't you afraid of offending Penglai? Lin Feng sneered. Idiot, if yours truly was afraid, would I still attack? As soon as he finished speaking, the chain had already swept in front of the blue-clothed cultivator. Bang! The attack ruthlessly swept across the blue-clothed cultivator's body. The blue-robed cultivator was sent flying. Pooh! The blue-robed cultivator was severely injured by the attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled. In the face of the attacks from the restrictions here, the blue-robed cultivator simply did not have much power to resist. Is your mind clearer now? Lin Feng coldly looked at the blue-clothed cultivator. The blue-clothed cultivator was scared out of his wits. Spare me! Spare me! It's all my fault. I apologize. I'm slapping my own face. The blue-clothed cultivator begged. Then he raised his hands. He slapped himself in the face. Pa pa pa. One slap after another landed on his face. The blue-clothed cultivator's heart was filled with endless humiliation. He was the deacon of Penglai's ancient sacred land. Now he was being forced to kneel on the ground and slap his own face. How could the blue-clothed cultivator accept this? The blue-clothed cultivator's hatred was monstrous, but he knew he had to endure. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. A villain would not wait for revenge overnight. The blue-clothed cultivator secretly swore. As long as he left this place, he would immediately summon the law enforcement team. When that time came, Lin Feng would die without a trace. Pa, 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 pa. 10 consecutive slaps landed on his face. The blue-clothed cultivator stopped. Can you let us go now? The blue-clothed cultivator asked. Swoosh. In the void, the powerful array pattern that looked like chains of order appeared again. It swept toward the blue-clothed cultivator again. The blue-clothed cultivator was shocked. His face was pale. He shouted in horror, "You said you would let me go. When did I say I would let you go? I only said I would consider it. Now, I have made up my mind, and that is, I will take your life." Lin Feng sneered. These 3 people must die, because the hatred had already been formed. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had let these 3 people go. Would these 3 people be grateful and not cause trouble for them? Of course not. These 3 people could actually do such a thing as to distort the truth. This showed how shameless, despicable, and insidious they were. If they let them go, these 3 people would definitely summon the law enforcement team immediately. Lin Feng had also heard of the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance and the law enforcement team. This was an alliance formed by many major forces. It was to protect the interests of many major forces, to maintain the safety of the major trading areas, and to deter powerful pirate groups. But now, the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance had long become the biggest backer for the major forces to seek benefits. The world of cultivators was so cruel. It's either you die or I live. If these 3 people from the ancient sacred land of Penglai did not die, the ones who would die might be him and Sikong Jiayue. Lin Feng would not leave such a scourge to threaten him. The formidable restrictive power slammed into the blue-clothed cultivator's body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The blue-clothed cultivator was swept away again. His body directly exploded. He died on the spot. The other 2 people were pale with fright. They did not expect that Lin Feng would really dare to kill them. "You actually dared to do it. You are extremely daring." The 2 of them were trembling with fear. "You 2 can die together." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, since he had already killed the blue-clothed cultivator. The other 2 wouldn't show any mercy. The chains swept towards the second blue-clothed cultivator. The second blue-clothed cultivator roared. But he also could not block the attack of the restriction here. "I curse you 2 to die a horrible death." The blue-clothed cultivator cursed bitterly. "Don't worry, we will live well." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Bang! In the next moment, the blue-clothed cultivator was killed. The female cultivator shouted, "Spare me! I am willing to serve the 2 young masters." This female cultivator actually wanted to sell her body. Lin Feng sneered. "Who knows how many men you have slept with before you dare to say such words?" Rumble! The restriction swept out again. Bang! The female cultivator was also hit, her body exploded, and her soul was destroyed. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue did not stay any longer and quickly left. At the same time, deep in the East Sea, white fog lingered there. There was an island in the white fog. On the island, spirit deer galloped, and red-crowned cranes leisurely walked. There, it was the famous ancient sacred land of Penglai. Ancient sacred land of Penglai, primordial spirit lamp hall. There were many primordial spirit lamps here. When one's cultivation broke through the yin-yang realm and condensed a primordial spirit, one could light the primordial spirit lamp. The primordial spirit lamp burned. This meant that the cultivator was still alive. When the primordial spirit lamp was extinguished, it meant that the cultivator was already dead. 2 disciples were cleaning the hall. Suddenly, the 3 primordial spirit lamps that were originally burning, all of them were extinguished. Not good. The 3 deacons' primordial spirit lamps are extinguished. The 2 disciples' faces suddenly became pale. They knew how high the status of a yin-yang cultivator in the ancient sacred land was. But now, 3 of them had died at once. Something big has happened. The two disciples' faces were pale as they staggered to the main hall to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 703. Outside the primordial soul lamp hall. Two disciples ran over in a panic. There was a thump. They knelt on the ground. "Great Elder, something's happened." The two disciples cried out in a trembling voice. A dignified voice came from the main hall. "What happened? Why are you in such a panic?" "Great Elder, the primordial soul lamps of Nangong Shi, Xiao Tianyang, and Song Jianhai have been extinguished," the two disciples said in a trembling voice. "What?" An incredulous voice came from the hall. Obviously, the great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall heard the news. He couldn't believe it was true. East Sea World, the Penglai ancient sacred land, was now the leader of the East Sea Law Enforcement Alliance. They were like the sun in the sky. Who would dare to kill the deacons of the Penglai ancient sacred land? Even the 9 pirate lords. They would still give face to the Penglai ancient sacred land. But now, the Yinyang realm cultivators of the Penglai ancient sacred land were killed. Who would dare? Who would dare to challenge the dignity of the Penglai ancient sacred land? Endless anger, endless killing intent. The great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall exploded in his heart. That terrifying aura made the two disciples kneeling on the ground tremble. Swoosh! The great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall flew out. He flew towards the complete sky palace. In the complete sky palace, there was the complete sky mirror. This treasure could scan the complete sky palace. Soon, the great elder of the primordial soul lamp hall arrived at the complete sky palace. "What brings you here, senior brother Ge?" The complete sky palace's great elder, Zhao Kuo, asked with a smile. Gu Tianjun said, "Junior brother Zhao, the 3 deacons of the Penglai ancient sacred land were killed." "What? Such a thing happened? Who would be so audacious?" Zhao Kuo's expression changed. "A Yinyang realm cultivator, even on the Penglai immortal island. They had a high status. They were the backbone of the Penglai immortal island. Cultivating a Yinyang realm cultivator would cost a lot of resources. Every Yinyang realm cultivator's death was a huge loss. Now, 3 Yinyang cultivators from the Penglai ancient sacred land had died. The higher-ups were completely enraged. "Brother, please use the universal sky mirror to check the situation. Who's so reckless? How dare they challenge the dignity of the Penglai ancient holy land? No matter who it is, they'll be banished to the purgatory world by the Penglai ancient holy land." Gu Tianjuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Senior brother Ge, please follow me." Zhao Kuo said. The two of them walked deeper into the forest. They entered a large hall. There were 18 cultivators sitting cross-legged in the hall. All of them had powerful auras. Kuo and Heavenly Lord Gu arrived. The 18 cultivators bowed slightly. "Activate the universal mirror and observe the universe. I want to know who dared to kill people from the Penglai ancient holy land." Zhao Kuo handed the 3 primordial spirit lamps to an elder. Yes, the elder responded and placed the primordial spirit lamp on an altar in the depths of the hall. Then, the 18 elders began to circulate their magic power. Powerful, magical power surged into the altar. Buzz. It was accompanied by a shocking wave of energy. A mysterious mirror appeared on the altar. The mirror shone slightly, causing the void to distort. That mirror was the universal mirror. The universal mirror shone toward the 3 primordial spirit lamps. Following that, densely packed images appeared in the full heaven mirror. Finally, the images locked onto a hazy space. Inside that space, only the backs of 2 cultivators could be seen, but their faces could be seen. It's these 2 people. However, something is interfering with the universal mirror. The universal mirror is unable to detect their shadows. Zhao Ku pointed at the two figures that appeared in the universal mirror. Could it be that the Great Array is interfering with the universal mirror's detection? Gu Tianjun said in a deep voice. That's right. It's possible. Now, issue a warrant for arrest. As long as it's issued, those two brats will definitely be found. Zhao Ku said in a deep voice. 2 hours later, in the sky above the various cultivators of the Eastern Sea world, a loud and deep voice sounded. The Eastern Sea Law Enforcement Alliance has issued a warrant for arrest. The two demons who colluded with the pirates and killed the 3 deacons of the Penglai Immortal Island will be rewarded with 1 billion star stones. As the voice sounded, then an image appeared in the void. It was the backs of 2 cultivators. It was the backs of Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue. Only their backs. It's too difficult to find them with just their backs. Even if it's difficult, we still have to find them. The reward is 1 billion spirit stones. If we can catch these 2, we'll have a meteoric rise. Brother, don't you have some friendship with a deep sea beast? Let's go ask the deep sea beast. That's a good idea. The deep sea beast can communicate with the sea creatures. Perhaps no one has seen the 2 wanted fellows, but the sea creatures of the Eastern Sea must have seen them. After the warrant for arrest was issued, the entire Eastern Sea world, it was bustling. Cultivators from various great powers. Of course, there were also countless loose cultivators. They all took action. A reward of 1 billion spirit stones. It was enough to turn someone from a pauper. They would become rich instantly. Lin Feng didn't know that he and Sikong Jiayue had become wanted criminals. Now, the 2 of them had found a quiet place to refine the sole origin of the Abyss Dragon. The sole origin of this Abyss Dragon was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng had a Buddhist sacred object, like the Saraira, on him, he and Sikong Jiayue wouldn't be able to deal with the Abyss Dragon. After devouring the sole origin of the Abyss Dragon, Lin Feng's soul power, it began to gradually increase. Originally, Lin Feng's soul power had already risen to the 2nd layer of the creation realm. But now, Lin Feng had already begun to try to break through to the 3rd layer of the creation realm. If the soul level could break through again, then Lin Feng's soul secret technique, soul, small man holding sword, would be even more powerful. Boom! Finally, a tyrannical aura surged out. Lin Feng's soul power began to increase crazily. I finally broke through. Lin Feng opened his eyes and revealed a happy expression. 2 hours later, Sikong Jiayue also woke up from his cultivation. He was also full of smiles. Obviously, Sikong Jiayue had also obtained great benefits. The 2 of them rested for a while. Soon, they continued to fly deeper. 10 days later, an incomparably huge island appeared in their line of sight. Looking from afar, huge ships that were 10,000 meters long were sailing towards the huge island from all directions. Lin Feng even saw some ships with flags such as Great Li Empire, Great Tang Empire, etc. Those ships were all sent by the monarchs of the mortal countries. They carried a large number of treasures and went out to sea to search for the legendary Immortal Island. They wanted to use all kinds of treasures to exchange for the Immortal Pill. That's the cultivator gathering area. Sikong Jiayue pointed to the island. What a huge island! Lin Feng's heart was pounding when he saw the boundless island. On the island, people came and went. It was very lively. Chapter 704. The cultivator gathering place was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators came and left. This cultivator gathering place was as large as a small continent. There were a total of 18 cultivator gatherings of this scale in the East Sea world. In the cultivator gathering place, There were many law enforcement teams patrolling back and forth. It was to prevent people from causing trouble, or to prevent pirates from sneaking into the gathering place. Let's go to the square and take a look. The pirate song, who, with a bounty of 200 million, is going to be hanged. Someone shouted loudly. Many people rushed to the central square after hearing the news. The pirates who are captured alive will be hanged. Sikong, Jiayue said. Lin Feng said, let's go and take a look. Sikong, Jiayue nodded, and arrived at the square with Lin Feng. There was a sea of people here. It was extremely lively. There were even many cultivators floating in the air. In the center of the square, a bandit was tied up. The bandit shouted loudly, "The age of great voyage must belong to the glory of pirates. Join the age of great voyage and search for the countless treasures buried at the end of the sea by the pirate emperor. Rumor has it that there are secrets to becoming gods, emperors, and even eternal life." The pirate who was shouting like a fanatic was Song, who, the pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Many people were just there to watch the fun and hated pirates. But there were also some people whose eyes flickered. They were afraid that they would be bewitched by this Song, who, in the East Sea world, pirates were rampant. It was not wrong to say that it was the age of great voyage. First, it was because the sea was rich in resources. The easiest way to get resources was to plunder, kill, and steal. Just like De Guyenne, there were countless pirates like this. Second, it was because of the legend of the pirate emperor. The great pirate emperor found the treasure passed down by the ancient gods. However, the pirate emperor was besieged by many forces in the East Sea 30,000 years ago and died. The pirate emperor's treasure was said to be buried at the end of the sea. This attracted countless cultivators to become pirates. Shut him up. The Law Enforcement Alliance elder, who was carrying out the hanging, roared angrily. Immediately, a cultivator rushed forward and opened Pirate Song, whose mouth. Then he used a dirty and smelly cloth to block it. Then Song, who was sent to the gallows. His head was tied with a rope. That was no ordinary rope. Ordinary ropes would not be able to strangle these powerful pirates. The rope used by the Law Enforcement Union for hanging was specially made from the tendons of a flood dragon. Song, who was suspended in midair. Hang this damned pirate. Many people shouted excitedly. Song, who began to struggle violently. But obviously, it was just a struggle before death. Let's go. He glanced at Song, who was about to die. Lin Feng no longer had the mood to continue watching. He turned his head and said to Sikong, Jiayue. Sikong, Jiayue nodded, and the two of them left together. Hey, look, it's a wanted poster. Sikong, Jiayue suddenly pointed at a public sign on the side of the street. Lin Feng and Sikong, Jiayue walked over. He saw the arrest warrant issued by the ancient holy land of Penglai. Moreover, it was an arrest warrant for him and Sikong, Jiayue. The bounty had reached 1 billion. Look, don't these two fellows look like the two on the wanted posters? Someone pointed at the backs of Lin Feng and Sikong, Jiayue and said, they really do look similar. Could it be these two fellows? Immediately, cultivators responded. Many people pointed at Lin Feng and Sikong, Jiayue and discussed. Some people even wanted to make a move. Everyone must have seen wrongly. Lin Feng waved his hand and quickly ran into the distance with Sikong, Jiayue. It's very likely them. Chase them. Many cultivators shouted. After getting rid of their pursuers, Lin Feng and Sikong, Jiayue changed into loose robes. The two of them found an inn to stay for the time being. They planned to rest in the cultivator gathering place. Then they would think about going to the ruins of God. Arriving at such a large gathering place on the sea, Lin Feng planned to collect some things he needed here. For example, array materials, spirit herbs, and so on. Of course, the most important thing was still the heaven rank spirit array. Lin Feng had the earth rank 12 scrolls. As his soul force gradually increased, Lin Feng's spirit array master grade would also increase very quickly. If Lin Feng broke through to the yin-yang realm, his soul force would definitely increase greatly. At that time, his spirit array master grade would also continue to break through. So, Lin Feng needed to find the heaven rank spirit array in advance. However, a heaven rank spirit array was not that easy to find. A spirit array of this level, it was incomparably precious. Very few people took it out. However, this gathering place on the sea was one of the places where countless cultivators entered and left the East Sea. People came and went. There were also many good things that appeared. He might be able to find a heaven-rank spirit array. Night fell. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had previously gone to the Sea Law Enforcement Alliance. They planned to collect Dugu Yan's bounty, 500 million spirit stones bounty. These bounties were calculated in terms of low-grade spirit stones. 500 million spirit stones bounty. Even if it was exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, it could also be exchanged for 500 top-grade spirit stones. This was a huge fortune. Within the Sea Law Enforcement Alliance, when Lin Feng took out Dugu Yan's spiritual imprint, it caused quite a stir. Countless people had failed to kill Dugu Yan, and Dugu Yan's soul imprint had actually been taken by 2 young cultivators. It was simply unbelievable. There are 500 million spirit stones in this crystal card. You can check to see if there are any problems. A deacon of the Law Enforcement Alliance said. Lin Feng took the card and scanned it with his spiritual will. He found that there were indeed 500 million spirit stones inside. He nodded and said, "No problem, but can I exchange it for top-grade spirit stones here? If you want to exchange it for top-grade spirit stones, it's not impossible. According to the Law Enforcement Alliance's exchange rate, 500 million low-grade spirit stones can exchange for 400 top-grade spirit stones." The elder said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then exchange it for 400 top-grade spirit stones." The elder smiled and said, "All right, please wait a moment." Looking at his smiling face, it was obvious that he would be able to get a lot of commission from this exchange. However, Lin Feng knew that. It was normal for people to get commission. In many places, low-grade spirit stones could not be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. For the Law Enforcement Alliance to be able to exchange for top-grade spirit stones was already quite good. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue each received 200 top-grade spirit stones. Then, the 2 of them headed to the auction house. The auction house was divided into 9 floors. The lower 6 floors were for merchants. They sold all kinds of things. The upper 3 floors were for auctions. "Young masters, how may I be of service to you?" When a deacon of the auction house saw that Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had extraordinary auras, he walked over with a smile on his face. Looking at the deacon, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the ancient Jiang family behind the auction house in the Tianwu continent. He could not help but ask, does the auction house of this cultivator gathering place on the sea belong to the Jiang family, or is it an auction house built by the various powers on the sea? Chapter 705. The attendant said, "That's right. This is also the immemorial Jiang family's auction house, but it's a little different from the one in the Sky Martial Continent. The immemorial Jiang family will take 70% of the profits in the auction house, while the rest will be distributed to the various factions in the auction house. But in the East Sea, although the auction house is a major shareholder, it can only take 30% of the profits. The remaining 70% will be distributed to the East Sea factions. Moreover, not everyone in the auction house is from the Jiang family. There are also many people from the East Sea factions. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that there was such a distribution method. The immemorial Jiang family had a huge influence in the inner continent, but in the sea region, their influence was only average. Therefore, it was quite difficult for them to get 30% of the profits. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I want to buy some things here. This is the list I made." As he spoke, he handed a list to Deacon Li. When Attendant Li saw the densely packed items on the list, a smile bloomed on his face. The more things the customers bought, the more rewards he would receive. "Young masters, please rest in the VIP room." Attendant Li smiled and led the way, inviting Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue to the VIP room. A beautiful maid poured tea for the two of them. Attendant Li then excused himself and went to prepare the things Lin Feng needed. About 2 hours later, everything had been gathered. There were 3,700 kinds of array formation materials. There were 15,000 types of spirit herbs. There were also some other things. In total, there were 90 million spirit stones. Lin Feng took out his crystal card and swiped 90 million spirit stones. He didn't lack these ordinary spirit stones. What he really lacked were top-grade spirit stones. "Right. Does your auction house sell heaven-ranked arrays?" Lin Feng asked. "Heaven-ranked arrays?" Attendant Li sucked in a breath of cold air. A heaven-ranked array master. At the very least, he was a creation realm expert. Attendant Li didn't know why Lin Feng was asking about a heaven-ranked array. However, he knew that if Lin Feng wanted to buy a spiritual array of this level, it would be a big deal. The level of heavenly ranked spiritual arrays is too high. I don't have access to them yet, but I can recommend you to the elders of the auction house," Manager Li said with a smile. "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "You're too polite, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, Deacon Li retreated and went to invite the elder of the auction house. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from outside. A middle-aged cultivator walked into the VIP lounge. "Sir, this young master is the one who asked about the heavenly rank great formation." Deacon Li pointed at Lin Feng and said. The middle-aged cultivator clearly knew from Deacon Li that the auction house had just completed a huge transaction with Lin Feng. Therefore, he was all smiles. "I am Jiang Chao, the manager of the auction house. How should I address you, young master?" Jiang Chao smiled and cupped his fists. "Lin Feng, Sikong Jiayue." After the two sides introduced themselves, Jiang Chao smiled and said, "Young masters, please don't be so polite. Please have a seat." The three of them sat down. Jiang Chao went straight to the point and said, "Lin Gongzi asked about the heavenly rank great formation. Do you want to buy one?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I want to buy a heavenly rank great formation. I wonder if the auction house has one?" Jiang Chao smiled and said, "If it was any other day, there definitely wouldn't be one. After all, very few people would take out such a high-level formation." However, a few days ago, a mysterious cultivator came to the auction house with the intention of selling a heavenly rank great formation. It recorded a total of 72 types of heavenly rank formations. That cultivator asked for 300 top-grade spirit stones. If Lin Gongzi wants it, I'll go visit that cultivator tomorrow. We'll trade at the auction house the night after tomorrow. All right, see you then. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left with Sikong Jiayue. "We actually managed to buy a heavenly rank great formation. Our luck is pretty good." Sikong Jiayue smiled. He wasn't a spirit array master. However, he knew how rare a heavenly rank great formation was. The value of a heavenly rank great formation wasn't any lower than some ancient secret techniques. Lin Feng nodded excitedly. with a heavenly rank great formation. His soul power would increase greatly after he broke through to the yin-yang realm. Soon, he would be able to break through to the heavenly rank. If he could break through to the heavenly rank, Lin Feng believed that with his cultivation and his attainments in spirit arrays, he would be able to kill a heavenly rank great formation cultivator. He would even be able to kill a high-level yin-yang realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the agreed date arrived. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue arrived at the auction house once again. Manager Li warmly invited Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue to the VIP room. When they arrived, Lin Feng discovered that there was a 26 or 27-year-old cultivator in the room. This person was dressed in white and looked handsome. However, this person had an arrogant expression, which made Lin Feng rather unhappy. When he saw Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue enter, he only glanced at them and didn't pay any attention to them. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue naturally wouldn't bother with such a stranger. Soon, Jiang Chao arrived at the VIP room. "I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. I went to get the things that everyone needed." Jiang Chao cupped his fists. The three of them responded politely. The white-clothed cultivator, called Wei Yifan, said, "I wonder if Elder Jiang has found the purgatory blood grass and the Kunming sword technique that I need." "Young Master Wei, I've found the two things that you need." Jiang Chao smiled and took out 2 white jade boxes. He opened the boxes. In the white jade box on the left was a blood-red, palm-sized herb. This was the purgatory blood grass. Lin Feng had heard of the purgatory blood grass before. It was said that it only grew in places where countless dead souls gathered. Moreover, it could only be harvested after 5,000 years. This herb was definitely priceless. The Kunming sword technique was also an extremely powerful inheritance. It was rumored that it was created by the ancient overseas wandering cultivator, the Kunming ancestor. It could be cultivated to the peak. The sword could connect to the gods. "Here are the 4,000 top-grade spirit stones that we agreed on." Wei Yifan took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao checked that there was no problem and nodded with a smile. Then he took out an ancient book. There were 7 words written on the ancient book, 72 pictures of heavenly formations. "Lin Gongzi, this is the heaven-grade formation you wanted," Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng revealed a hint of joy and took out the spirit stones. He was about to give them to Jiang Chao. At this moment, Wei Yifan, who was about to leave, heard that it was a heaven-grade formation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He took the heaven-ranked 72 illustrations book in his hand. "It's actually a heaven-grade formation. I didn't expect that someone would sell a heaven-grade formation. I want this heaven-grade formation." Wei Yifan smiled faintly. Lin Feng's expression sank. He said, "Fellow Taoist, I reserved this heaven-grade formation. If you want it, you can also reserve it with Elder Jiang in advance." When Wei Yifan heard Lin Feng's words, his expression sank. He turned to look at Lin Feng. When he realized that Lin Feng was only a 10th stage martial king, a look of disdain and contempt appeared on his face. Chapter 706. Wei Yifan questioned Lin Feng. "Don't you understand human language?" He was obviously humiliating Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression instantly darkened. Who was Lin Feng? He didn't bully others. Others should be burning incense. How could he be bullied? He glanced coldly at Wei Yifan and sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Sikong Jiayue looked at Wei Yifan with pity. Wei Yifan's strength was extraordinary and had reached the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. But compared to Lin Feng, the difference was too big. Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the yin-yang realm yet. His savings were too powerful. Sikong Jiayue estimated. With Lin Feng's current combat strength, he wouldn't have a problem dealing with cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of the Yinyang realm. Dealing with Wei Yifan was naturally effortless. Wei Yifan was jumping around in front of Lin Feng. He was simply courting death. But Jiang Chao didn't think so, even though Lin Feng was rich and imposing. But being rich didn't mean that his cultivation was strong. Jiang Chao naturally saw Lin Feng's cultivation level, 10th level of the martial king realm. Perhaps he was a disciple of a large faction, but it shouldn't be a faction from the East Sea. It was very likely that he was from an inland faction. During this period of time, because of the opening of the ruins of God, many cultivators from inland factions rushed to the ruins of God. In Jiang Chao's opinion, Lin Feng came from a large faction, which was why he was so rich. When he was inland, because he had the protection of a large faction, he could do whatever he wanted. But in the East Sea, he couldn't be so willful. Inland factions, even the powerful Jiang family, didn't have much influence in the East Sea. Not to mention other factions. The East Sea world had its own laws. So, seeing that Lin Feng had offended Wei Yifan, Jiang Chao felt that something was going to happen. Wei Yifan came from Star Luo Island. Star Luo Island was an ancient faction. There were many experts. Moreover, the most important thing was that Star Luo Island had a deep relationship with the ancient sacred land of Penglai. It was said that the first ancestor of Star Luo Island had once cultivated in the Penglai ancient holy land. Therefore, Star Luo Island was an extremely powerful force in terms of strength and background. Lin Feng had offended the successor of such a force. Wasn't this going to cause a huge problem? Wei Yifan's identity wasn't simple either. His grandfather was the Grand Elder of Star Luo Island's Hall of Virtue and Virtue. True enough, what Jiang Chao was worried about happened. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Zhang Ziyan nodded. Wei Yifan's face darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said in a sinister voice, "Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Jiang Chao said, "Both of you are my guests. Can you give me some face today and take a step back on this matter?" "Good. Since Manager Jiang has spoken, I can't refute him. Brat, get out of the VIP room, kneel in front of the VIP room, and slap yourself. Slap yourself for 3 hours, and I'll spare your life." Wei Yifan had an arrogant expression on his face. Arrogant fool. Laughable. Lin Feng looked at Wei Yifan with disdain. Wei Yifan sneered. "Brat, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yifan's palm struck towards Lin Feng. Water-splitting palm. This palm strike was accompanied by a strange energy that enveloped the area. That force enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that his body was being squeezed by that force, and it was difficult for him to move. He could only watch helplessly as Wei Yifan's palm landed on his body. Even though the water is soft, it's also oppressive. Lin Feng can't move at all. Lin Feng is so generous. He's not an ordinary cultivator. I need to stop Wei Yifan. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. If things get out of hand, I'll get involved, said Lin Feng, sighing. Thoughts flashed through Jiang Chao's mind. He was about to stop Wei Yifan. But at that moment, Lin Feng had already made his move. Swish sword chi, blade light. It swept out. It instantly tore apart the pressure of the water Dao. The sword chi and blade light merged into one. It slashed towards Wei Yifan. Wei Yifan's expression changed when he felt the power of the sword chi and blade light. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to use such a terrifying attack. Wei Yifan's palm was surrounded by magic power. It was the water-splitting palm. It directly changed direction. It blasted towards the merged sword chi and blade light. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Jiang Chao saw. Wei Yifan was sent flying. He knocked over 3 or 4 tables in a row and fell to the ground. He was in a sorry state. How is this possible? Jiang Chao was completely shocked. He knew Wei Yifan's strength. He was at the 3rd level of the Yinyang realm. Lin Feng was only at the 10th level of the Martial King realm. Why was Wei Yifan in Lin Feng's hands? He couldn't even take one move. Jiang Chao even thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes. He looked again. That's right. Wei Yifan was indeed sent flying. Impossible. How could I be defeated by you? Wei Yifan's face was distorted. He was defeated by a Martial King realm cultivator in one move. It was simply a great humiliation. Wei Yifan wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces to wash away the shame that Lin Feng brought to him. Martial Soul, Blood Dragon. Wei Yifan roared out. He unleashed his most powerful attack. In his Dantian, strong fluctuations, surging. Immediately after, a bloody light spread out. In the bloody light, a blood dragon condensed. The blood dragon bared its fangs and claws and pounced towards Lin Feng. Brat, let's see how you block my blood dragon. Wei Yifan laughed sinisterly. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng being defeated and then kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy, only to be trampled under his feet. A guy who hasn't even comprehended spirit is as weak as an ant in front of me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch towards the blood dragon. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by dense lightning power. Bang! The punch ruthlessly hit the blood dragon. The blood dragon directly exploded. The power of Lin Feng's punch did not diminish. Then it hit Wei Yifan. Wei Yifan was sent flying more than 30 meters and directly fell outside the VIP room. What's going on? Look, it's Wei Yifan. He was thrown out by someone. Someone actually dared to throw Wei Yifan out. Who is this person? He's actually so daring. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Wei Yifan's face was distorted. He wanted to get up and fight Lin Feng to the death. But at this time, Lin Feng had already walked out of the VIP room. He waved his right hand. Formation runes flew out one after another. Those formation runes suppressed Wei Yifan's body. Plop! Wei Yifan, who had just gotten up, directly knelt in front of the VIP room. You said before that you would spare my life if I knelt in front of the VIP room and slapped myself. I really doubt that a trash like you would dare to say such arrogant words. Well, I'll return those words to you. Now, kneel in front of the VIP room and slap yourself for 6 hours. After 6 hours, I'll spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pointed at Wei Yifan. The formation runes that had been applied to Wei Yifan's body were all activated. It was as if Wei Yifan had been cast with a demonic technique. He raised his hands. Slap, 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 slap after slap. He slapped himself in the face. Chapter 707. Brat, how dare you humiliate me like this? I won't let you off. Wei Yifan's face contorted. What a humiliation. This was simply a great humiliation. He was a core disciple of Star Luo Island. He had a high status. He was quite famous even in the East Sea. But now, he was kneeling in front of the VIP lounge and slapping his own face. This humiliation, Wei Yifan felt like he was better off dead than alive. Who's that guy? He's too daring. How dare he humiliate Wei Yifan like this? He's only at the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. How can he deal with Wei Yifan? This is strange. It's impossible for him to be at the 10th firmament of the Martial King realm. He must have cultivated a technique to hide his true cultivation. I'm guessing that he's a cultivator from the mainland. He doesn't know how powerful the faction behind Wei Yifan is. I'm afraid he's in big trouble. Many people surrounded them and pointed at them. This. Jiang Chao smiled bitterly as he watched the scene unfold. He had thought that Lin Feng would be humiliated by Wei Yifan, but who would have thought Wei Yifan was kneeling in front of the VIP lounge and slapping his own face again and again. Lin Gongzi, look, Jiang Chao wanted to mediate the situation. Lin Feng knew what Jiang Chao wanted to say. He smiled and said, Elder Jiang, this matter won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to worry about the faction behind Wei Yifan. I still have 2 business deals to discuss with Elder Jiang. Why don't we go in and talk? Jiang Chao could tell that Lin Feng wouldn't let Wei Yifan off. He could only sigh softly. Since Lin Feng said that this matter wouldn't involve him, Jiang Chao didn't care. Jiang Chao ignored him. He said, Gentlemen, please come in. When they returned to the VIP lounge, Jiang Chao couldn't help but ask curiously, what else does Lin Gongzi need? Lin Feng smiled and said, This time, I'm not buying, I'm selling. I have a large number of artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasured weapon. In addition, there are all kinds of antiques, paintings, gold and silver, secret techniques, spirit formations, and even medicine recipes. I'm planning to sell them to the auction house. Will the auction house accept them? Jiang Chao smiled and replied, Our auction house will naturally accept these items. Lin Feng asked, Can I exchange the spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones? This, said Jiang Chao, it's not just auctions. Many influential groups trade low-level spirit stones. They're the most common spirit stones, and they're the currency. It's not difficult to exchange low-level spirit stones for medium-level or high-level spirit stones, but it's much more difficult to exchange top-level spirit stones. After all, top-level spirit stones are extremely rare. Sikon Jiayue asked, As an elder of the auction house, Elder Jiang has great authority. Do you not have such authority? I do have the authority for anything below 50 pieces. If it's higher, I'll have to ask the president. Jiang Chao said, All right, Elder Jiang is a straightforward person. How about this? I'll take out another item and sell it at the auction house. I need top-grade spirit stones for this item. And at the same time, I want to exchange the items I'm selling for top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Chao knew that the item Lin Feng took out was not simple. He wanted to use the item to make the auction house's upper echelons given. He wanted to exchange the rest of his items for top-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was not an easy task. Top-grade spirit stones were important to any faction. They were all scarce resources. Previously, Lin Feng was able to exchange ordinary spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones in the Law Enforcement Alliance. That was because the Law Enforcement Alliance had an unwritten rule: the bounty of any pirate on the wanted poster. They could all be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. This was also one of the methods that the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance used to hunt pirates. After all, exchanging ordinary spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And now, the Maritime Law Enforcement Alliance had given everyone such an opportunity. Jiang Chao asked, I wonder what Lin Gongzi wants to auction. This fruit. Lin Feng took out the golden flame fruit and handed it to Jiang Chao. This is the golden flame fruit. Jiang Chao's eyes widened. This was a true heavenly treasure. It could help cultivators break through to the yin-yang realm. Whether it was the Tianwu continent or the overseas world, there were so many factions. Not every direct descendant of a top faction could break through to the yin-yang realm. Perhaps because of this or that, they could not break through. But if they had the golden flame fruit, there was a high chance that they could break through. After breaking through, they would break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. their lifespan would increase greatly. Then, in their long lifespan, they might be able to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity to change their life. There were countless such things. The most famous was the founder of the Nine-Heaven Gate in ancient times, the Nine-Mountain Tao Master. He had lived for 195 years. He still had not broken through to the yin-yang realm. He was about to die of old age. He had obtained a golden flame fruit by chance and ate it, breaking through to the yin-yang realm. His lifespan increased greatly. Later on, he obtained another opportunity. His cultivation rose steadily. Then he established the Nine-Heaven Gate. He became one of the super giants of his era. Of course, there were many such things. Thus, Jiang Chao knew the value of this golden flame fruit. Lin Gongzi, don't worry, leave this to me. Jiang Chao immediately patted his chest and agreed. There was a golden flame fruit. He believed that no matter how many things Lin Feng took out to exchange for top-grade spirit stones, the higher-ups would agree. Exchange all the items in these 100 storage rings for top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng handed over 100 storage rings to Jiang Chao. Ancient battlefield of gods and devils, Thunder Blade, secret realm, and so on. Over the years, Lin Feng had obtained storage rings from many cultivators. Of course, the most precious one was the dozens of yin-yang realm experts who had fought outside the god Luo Cliff. After killing those people, their storage rings were all taken by Lin Feng. These top experts had many treasures on them. Lin Feng and the others gathered together, trying to find an opportunity to exchange for top-level spiritual stones. Lin Gongzi, wait a moment. I'll go ask the higher-ups now. Jiang Chao stood up. Lin Feng nodded. Jiang Chao left. 2 hours later, Jiang Chao returned. He smiled and said, all the items have been exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. There are a total of 3,200 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Gongzi, check them. Lin Feng took the bag of spirit stones, checked it, and nodded. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. With these top-grade spirit stones, he should have enough top-grade spirit stones to break through to the yin-yang realm. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. No wonder so many people wanted to be pirates. Killing people for treasures. They could quickly accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time. This could be considered a shortcut. At this time, Jiang Chao said, this is the contract for the auction of the golden flame fruit. During this period of time, our auction house will use the opportunity of the various large factions resting at the gathering place to promote the golden flame fruit. In 10 days, the auction will be held. At that time, the golden flame fruit will be auctioned. Our auction house will bear all the expenses. The final profit from the auction will be 30%. Lin Gongzi, what do you think? All right, deal. Lin Feng nodded and signed the contract. Chapter 708. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue left together. At this moment, in front of the VIP room, people were coming and going. Many people were gathered here. They were pointing at each other. Not good. It's Senior Brother Wei. At this moment, a few star Luo Island cultivators squeezed into the crowd. Wei Yifan, who was on the ground, had a drastic change in expression. Senior Brother Wei, what happened? A disciple asked. Hurry up and invite the sect elders to come and help me break this damned restriction. Wei Yifan's face was distorted. At this moment, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue had already returned to their residence. Lin Feng took out the 72 heavenly array diagrams. He opened the book. There were 7 types of great arrays recorded in the 72 heavenly array diagrams. 65 types of spirit array techniques. The 7 basic great arrays were Devouring God, Blood Wolf, Sword C, Axe Shadow, Devil Transformation, 9 Vicious, and Evil Technique. These 7 great arrays each had their own wonders, and each great array was extremely powerful. Once it was set up, it could display a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It could even easily trap and kill a cultivator at the peak of the yin-yang realm. Other than that, the power of these heaven-rank spirit array techniques was also not simple. For example, a spirit array technique, like the heavenly demon kill, was recorded in it. It was a technique that condensed the power of the heavenly demon and turned it into an evil, charming heavenly demon. Not only could this evil, charming heavenly demon bewitch people, but it also had an extremely powerful attack power. Lin Feng carefully read the contents of the 72 heavenly array diagrams. The arrays and spirit array techniques recorded in it. As expected, it was not something an Earth rank array could compare to. While Lin Feng was quietly reading the 72 heavenly array diagrams, a yin-yang realm spirit array master from Star Luo Island came to the auction house. "Get out of the way. It's Shui Yongyuan." At this moment, someone shouted loudly. Immediately, waves of exclamations sounded. This Shui Yongyuan was not a simple person. This person was a peak profound rank spirit array master, and he was only 30 years old. Such a young peak profound rank spirit array master. His future was limitless. It's said that Shui Yongyuan is about to become an Earth rank spiritual array master. A 30-year-old Earth rank spiritual array master is simply a monstrous talent. That's right. I don't know how many spirit array masters have been unable to break through to the Earth rank spirit array master in their entire lives. Now, Shui Yongyuan is about to break through at the age of 30. He is also famous among the Eastern Sea World Spirit Array Masters. It is said that he has attracted the attention of the Spirit Array Masters Guild's upper echelons. Many people were talking about it. His gaze was filled with envy. A Spirit Array Master was the noblest profession in the world. It was already a very high probability for one official Spirit Array Master to appear out of 10 million cultivators. Becoming a Spirit Array Master was only the first step. 90% of the Spirit Array Masters found it difficult to break through to the profound rank. It was even more difficult for a profound rank Spirit Array Master to break through to the Earth rank. To become a powerful spiritual Array Master, one needed more than just talent. He also needed comprehension. Some people's soul power had clearly reached the level where they could break through to the profound rank. Why couldn't he break through? It was because he didn't have enough comprehension. Talent was one thing. Comprehension was another aspect. None of them could be missing. People like Lin Feng, whose talent and comprehension were both monstrous, were too rare. Shui Yongyuan clearly enjoyed the envious gazes of the surrounding people. This person walked over with an arrogant expression. When he arrived at the entrance of the VIP room, Wei Yifan was on the ground. Shui Yongyuan's face darkened slightly. "Junior brother Wei, what's going on?" Shui Yongyuan frowned and asked, "Senior brother Shui, it's great that you came. Hurry up and save me. I fell into a brat's trap and was placed under a restriction. My body is out of control." Wei Yifan said, as he slapped his own face. By now, his face had long been mutilated by his own slaps. Wei Yifan wanted to stop. However, he couldn't stop at all. "You mean a brat? Could it be that the person who attacked you was a young cultivator?" Shui Yongyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Around 20 years old." Wei Yifan said with a sad face, "Senior brother Shui, hurry up and help me. I don't want to stay in this place for a moment longer." A young man around 20 years old, a disdainful expression immediately appeared on Shui Yongyuan's face, in his eyes. Although the other party was a spirit array master, but he was only around 20 years old. What kind of powerful spirit array master could he be? Shui Yongyuan said, "Junior Brother Wei, you are a Yingyang realm cultivator after all. To think that you would be suppressed here with a restriction. Forget it. I will save you now, but you have already humiliated our star, Luo Island, by kneeling here and slapping your own face. When the time comes for the sect to punish you, you have to be mentally prepared." Wei Yifan naturally knew this, but he didn't care. His grandfather was the great elder of the Hall of Morals. His background was deep, although he had lost all face for the sect, but his grandfather was here. Wei Yifan believed that nothing would happen to him. Right now, the thing Wei Yifan wanted to do the most was to find Lin Feng. Then he would cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Only in this way would he be able to wash away the shame in his heart. At this moment, Shui Yongyuan had already begun to break Lin Feng's great array. Shui Yongyuan stood proudly. His hands continuously moved, and lines of energy condensed into array patterns that coiled around his fingertips. Quickly condense an array in the void. As expected of a peerless genius spirit array master, he actually managed to cultivate the formation in the void to such a proficient level. Even many Earth stage spirit array masters can't compare to him, right? Shui Yongyuan, who was condensing an array in the void, exclaimed. A proud expression appeared on Shui Yongyuan's face. Retreat. Otherwise, even you will be suppressed. Just as Shui Yongyuan was about to break the great array on Wei Yifan's body, suddenly an array pattern distorted. Lin Feng's voice came out. Lin Feng left a mark on the array pattern. He felt that Shui Yongyuan was condensing the array pattern to break the restriction that was suppressing Wei Yifan. He warned him. Shui Yongyuan sneered and said, "Brat, who do you think you are? You actually dare to leave behind a divine sense to warn me? Now, I will break your restriction and capture you. I will not kill you. I will use the same method to make you kneel in front of the VIP room and slap your own face." As expected of a top-notch spirit array master, he's really domineering. That brat is out of luck. With Shui Yongyuan making a move, that brat will not be able to escape. Many people immediately began to discuss, especially many female cultivators and Shui Yongyuan, whose chi was exposed. All of them were seeing stars and were filled with admiration. "Break!" Shui Yongyuan shouted in a low voice. He struck out with his palm. Dense array patterns intertwined. Then those array patterns swept towards the restriction that was suppressing Wei Yifan. At this moment, distorted array patterns suddenly swept out from Wei Yifan's body. These were the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up. Those array patterns instantly collided with the array patterns that Shui Yongyuan had set up. The array patterns that Shui Yongyuan had set up were instantly destroyed. Then, the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up swept towards Shui Yongyuan. "This is impossible." Shui Yongyuan roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept this. How could the array patterns that he had set up be broken in an instant? Bang! At this moment, the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up also swept towards Shui Yongyuan's body. Shui Yongyuan couldn't bear it. With a plop, Shui Yongyuan was actually suppressed to the ground by the array patterns that Lin Feng had set up. Then, just like Wei Yifan, Shui Yongyuan raised his hands. Slap, slap, slap. One slap after another. He slapped himself. Oh my God, what the hell happened? Everyone cried out in disbelief. Shui Yongyuan, a peak profound stage spirit array master, such a terrifying spirit array master. How could he be suppressed by the array patterns that the young man had set up? Who exactly was that young man? Weren't the array patterns that he had left behind too terrifying? What level of spirit array master was he? Deep shock surged in everyone's hearts. Announcement. App for Android, Apple's exclusive version. Goodbye to all advertisements. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install AppXid. Chapter 709. Elder Shui Yongyuan, who came to rescue Wei Yifan, was also suppressed by Lin Gongzi's array. Deacon Li hurriedly ran to Jiang Chao to report. Jiang Chao had tried his best not to care about this matter. Instead, he wanted Lin Feng and the people of Star Luo Island to settle their grudges. But now that he heard Deacon Li's report, he turned pale with fright. He didn't expect things to get worse and worse. Even Shui Yongyuan was suppressed. Jiang Chao knew this Shui Yongyuan. He knew that Shui Yongyuan was not a simple person, although he was young. But his attainments in array formations were very high. Why was even Shui Yongyuan kneeling on the ground? Could it be that the array set up by Lin Feng was so powerful? That guy looked to be around 20 years old, and he was an Earth Stage Spirit Array Master. Thinking of this, Jiang Chao felt waves of shock in his heart. An Earth Stage Spirit Array Master around the age of 20? Wasn't this too monstrous? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Chao asked. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. Deacon Li said, Elder, even if the subordinates saw wrongly, there were so many people here. Could it be that they all saw wrongly? It must be Shui Yongyuan. This subordinate is sure. Jiang Chao hurriedly said, Tell me in detail about the situation at that time. Deacon Li said, At that time, Shui Yongyuan wanted to break the restriction that Lin Gongzi had placed on Wei Yifan, but who would have thought that when Shui Yongyuan made his move, the restriction on Wei Yifan's body seemed to have come to life and instantly broke Shui Yongyuan's array pattern, then suppressed Shui Yongyuan. Amazing, truly amazing. Jiang Chao clapped his hands fiercely and said that Shui Yongyuan is said to be about to break through to the Earth Stage. But the array pattern left behind by Lin Feng instantly suppressed Shui Yongyuan. Even a low-level Earth Stage array pattern can't reach such a powerful level. That Lin Feng is at least a mid-level Earth Stage, or even a high-level Earth Stage Spirit Array Master. As he said this, Jiang Chao's eyes flashed with a bright light. He naturally knew what it meant for a mid-level Earth Stage Spirit Array Master to be alive. I'll go see the president. Jiang Chao quickly left, arriving outside a room on the 5th floor of the auction house. Jiang Chao then respectfully said, Jiang Chao requests an audience. Come in. An old voice sounded. Jiang Chao pushed open the door and walked in with a respectful expression. When he entered the room, he found that there were 2 old men inside. The 2 old men were drinking tea. The old man on the left wore a gray robe. His beard and hair had already turned white. He was the person in charge of the auction house, President Jiang Tiando. The elder beside Jiang Tiando wore a Spirit Array Master's robe. This person was Murong Baichuan, the person in charge of the Overseas Spirit Array Caster Guild. Greetings, Guild Master. Greetings, Senior Murong. Jiang Chao bowed respectfully. So it's little Jiang. We haven't seen each other for many years. Murong Baichuan smiled slightly. I should visit you more often, but you're busy with the matters of the Spirit Spellcaster Guild, so I don't dare to disturb you. Jiang Chao said, Ha, you're much more sly than when you were young. Murong Baichuan smiled. Jiang Tiando asked, Is something the matter? President, there was a conflict downstairs. The young cultivator who wanted to auction the golden flame fruit had a conflict with Wei Yifan of Xing Luo Island. He defeated Wei Yifan and used a restriction to suppress him. Wei Yifan is still kneeling outside the VIP room. Jiang Chao said, Oh, isn't that kid at the 10th Heavenly Layer Martial King realm? He actually defeated Wei Yifan, and he's also a spirit array master. Jiang Tiando was slightly surprised. He had heard Jiang Chao mention Lin Feng's cultivation level before. Jiang Chao smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. That kid is abnormally strong. It's very likely that he suppressed himself. Of course, it's also possible that he cultivated a secret technique to hide his true cultivation level." At this moment, Murong Baichuan's interest was piqued. He had heard that Lin Feng was also a spirit array master. "You're saying that the kid used a spirit array to suppress Wei Yifan?" Murong Baichuan asked. Jiang Chao nodded and said with a serious expression, "The most terrifying thing is that even Shui Yongyuan, who came to save Wei Yifan, was suppressed." "What? Shui Yongyuan was also suppressed? Shui Yongyuan is about to break through to the Earth rank. How could he be suppressed?" Murong Baichuan said in disbelief. "Peak profound rank spirit array master. Even in the Spirit Array Master Guild, he had a very high status. Earth rank Spirit Array Master. In the Spirit Array Master Guild, he could hold the position of Great Elder. As for Heaven rank Spirit Array Master, in the Spirit Array Master Guild, he could directly hold the position of Vice President of the Central Union. Or he could choose to be transferred elsewhere. For example, he could be transferred to the 72 northern states to be the general manager of the Spirit Array Master Guild. Or he could be the general manager of the Spirit Array Master Guild in a place like the East Sea World. Shui Yongyuan, who was about to break through to the Earth rank, was actually suppressed. It was indeed hard to believe. No wonder Murong Baichuan was so shocked. Jiang Tiando said, "How was Shui Yongyuan suppressed? Or was it that kid called Lin Feng?" "No, it wasn't Lin Feng who did it," Jiang Chao said. Phew. At this moment, Murong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng, a 20-year-old spirit array master, suppressed Shui Yongyuan, who was about to break through to the Earth rank, that was too heaven-defying. So it was someone else who did it. At this moment, Jiang Chao said, "It was the array pattern left behind by Lin Feng that suppressed Shui Yongyuan." Hearing Jiang Chao's last sentence, Jiang Tiando and Murong Baichuan's hands suddenly trembled. The spirit array master suppressed others. It was a completely different concept from the array pattern left behind by the spirit array master to suppress others. It was naturally much easier for the spirit array master to suppress someone. If the array pattern was left behind to suppress the same person, then the difficulty would increase by 10 times or even more. However, Jiang Chao actually said that the array pattern left behind by Lin Feng suppressed Shui Yongyuan, who was about to break through to the Earth rank. Who wouldn't be shocked by such a sight? Jiang Tiando was a little better, because he wasn't a spirit array master. As for Murong Baichuan, he grabbed Jiang Chao's arm and said excitedly, "Is what you said true?" Murong Baichuan naturally knew that if what Jiang Chao said was true, then what did it mean for a 20-year-old Earth rank middle or even high rank Spirit Array Master? If he could rope him into the Spirit Array Master Guild, then the Spirit Array Master Guild's strength would definitely increase greatly. Jiang Chao said, "Of course it's true. There are still many people watching downstairs." Hearing this, Murong Baichuan immediately ran downstairs. "Old man, pay attention to your image as the person in charge of the East Sea World's Spirit Array Master Guild." Jiang Tiando smiled bitterly. However, he also understood his old friend's excitement at this moment. Jiang Tiando was also very curious. Was that youth called Lin Feng really as heaven-defying as Jiang Chao said? He followed closely behind and quickly walked downstairs. When Murong Baichuan, Jiang Tiando, and Jiang Chao arrived at the first floor, they saw a crowd in front of the VIP room. It was extremely crowded. Two cultivators knelt in front of the VIP room, raising their hands and continuously slapping their faces. These two people were Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan. It's actually true. Murong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando were both skeptical at first. Now that they saw Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan kneeling on the ground and continuously slapping their own faces, they no longer had any doubts. The two great figures were deeply shocked in their hearts. It was hard to imagine how a 20-year-old young man could have such profound attainments in spirit arrays. Chapter 710. Sirs, yes, the formation patterns are suppressing Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan. Jiang Chao pointed at the door of the VIP room. Yes. Murong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando nodded. Old man, what's wrong with you? Jiang Tiando asked. He didn't know much about spirit arrays, but after all, he had cultivated for many years, so he still had some insight. Jiang Tiando could tell from the twisted runes that the runes that suppressed Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan were not simple. Murong Baichuan excitedly said, "What an amazing array formation technique. That brat set up a total of 16 great arrays, and they were all medium earth rank great arrays. He was able to recombine them all together. Amazing, truly amazing. He was able to recombine 16 great arrays in such a short period of time. I only grasped this technique when I became a heaven-rank spirit array master." Murong Baichuan's words also moved Jiang Tiando greatly. The two of them were about to go up and carefully examine the structure of these formation patterns. At this moment, an angry roar came from outside. Who dares to humiliate the people of Star Luo Island? Do you not want to live anymore? A terrifying aura spread out. A nebula surged over. Many of the surrounding cultivators were shocked away. At this moment, two cultivators walked out of the nebula. These two people were both wearing starry robes. Their auras were deep and powerful. Star Luo Island. Mo Yang, Mo Wu. Many people exclaimed. These two people, they were both at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. They had worked together for many years and were powerful. Now, Mo Yang, Mo Wu, they appeared together. It was obvious that they were here to save Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan. Senior brother Mo, save us. After Yang Mo Wu arrived, Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan immediately begged. They also had no hope of escaping. How dare you humiliate the people of Star Luo Island like this? You must be tired of living. Brat, after we save them, we'll find you and cut you into 1,000 pieces. Mo Yang roared. Buzz. At this moment, the formation patterns on Wei Yifan and Shui Yongyuan's bodies fluctuated. An illusory shadow appeared. It was actually Lin Feng's shadow. Good fellow, that kid's soul power is so powerful. He actually left behind an image. Murong Baichuan was shocked. It was that guy who suppressed Wei Yifan. Shui Yongyuan. He actually manifested his own shadow. What kind of technique is that? It's truly miraculous. That person is too strong. I wonder if Mo Yang and Mo Wu can break through the formation he left behind. Discussions broke out everywhere. Many people were pointing and gossiping. Everyone was curious as to whether or not Mo Yang and Mo Wu could accomplish what Shui Yongyuan had failed to do. Is that you? Very well, you can wash your neck and wait for your death. Mo Wu glanced coldly at Lin Feng. Are all of you from Star Luo Island so arrogant? Wei Yifan is like this, Shui Yongyuan is like this, and the two of you are like this as well. How ridiculous. Do you think trash like you can kill me? Break my formation first, then we'll talk. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Mo Yang, Mo and Wu were livid with rage. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The two of them sneered. "Kid, you'll regret your foolish actions and words in a moment." Boom! As soon as they finished speaking, Mo Yang and Mo Wu attacked. Mo Yang's mountain, quaking palm blasted towards the distorted runes. Mo Wu responded with a starlight punch. A cultivator at the fifth sky of Yin Yang attacked. His aura was tyrannical. Many people were pushed back by Mo Yang and Mo Wu's powerful aura. "So strong. I can't breathe. Hurry up and retreat." Many of the onlookers paled under the pressure of Mo Yang and Mo Wu's aura. They didn't dare to stay and quickly retreated. Those two want to use brute force to break through the formation. Jiang Chao narrowed his eyes. Jiang Tiando stroked his beard and said, "Those two aren't weak, but that kid's formation isn't simple either. That little boy knows a lot about great deployment spells, and his deployment spells are very mysterious. Maybe his deployment spells are even more powerful than we imagined," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Murong Baichuan's brows revealed a serious expression. When he first set up the Great Formation, he seemed to be able to see through its mysteries at a glance. However, Murong Baichuan was even more shocked. This was because when he looked at the formation for the second time, although there were still 16 types of formations. However, the way these 16 great formations were combined was completely different from before. Murong Baichuan still didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, Mo Yang and Mo Wu's attack had already arrived. Swish, lines of runes intertwined and swept towards Mo Yang and Mo Wu. "Break for me!" Mo Yang and Mo Wu roared. A powerful attack brazenly blasted down. He wanted to directly break Lin Feng's great formation. Lin Feng's shadow sneered. This great formation was a combination that Lin Feng had deduced from the mountain-moving Taoist dragon-seeking art. When 16 great formations were combined together, any two of them could be constantly changed in order. It was extremely powerful. How could a cultivator at the fifth sky of the Yin-Yang realm break it? At the very least, it also required a high-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator to try. Bang! The two sides collided. Mo Yang and Mo Wu were directly swept away by the runes. How is this possible? I don't think so. Mo Yang and Mo Wu, that's a cultivator at the fifth sky of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he be swept away? Is that kid really only around 20 years old? This great formation is too heaven-defying, right? Exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's shadow in the void. "Suppress." A low voice was heard. In the void, Lin Feng's shadow raised his right hand. Lines of formation runes condensed and pressed down on Mo Yang and Mo Wu. A terrifying aura surged out. That aura, it was simply suffocating. Sacrifice martial spirit. Mo Yang and Mo Wu looked at each other and shouted out loud. Flame world. Icebound world. These two people sacrificed their martial spirits. They wanted to use their martial spirits to resist the attack of the runes. Bang bang. Two loud, muffled noises were heard. Mo Yang and Mo Wu's martial spirits could not withstand the attack of the runes and shattered on the spot. Mo Yang and Mo Wu were also swept away. Their faces were pale. At the same time, lines of runes wrapped around the two of them. Their expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to dodge. But it was too late. They were also entangled by the runes. Then a powerful force was transmitted from the runes. That terrifying force suppressed Mo Yang and Mo Wu. Flop, flop, flop. Chapter 7:11. Ah! Lin Feng's screams came from the room. Lin Feng collapsed on the bed, his face pale. He had a bitter smile on his face. Just then, He had tried to comprehend the contents of the 72 celestial arrays, but he had suffered a backlash. Fortunately, it wasn't very serious. Lin Feng sat up on the bed and hurriedly used the ancient dragonesque elephant technique to heal his injured soul. 2 hours later, it was as good as new. I don't have enough soul power to comprehend the celestial arrays. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and put the 72 celestial arrays away. Lin Feng, are you still cultivating? Sikong Jiayue's voice came from outside. Lin Feng opened the door and smiled. I'm done, said Lin Feng, smiling. It's a long night, and I don't want to sleep. How about we go to Wanhua restaurant for a drink? Sikong Jiayue asked. When Lin Feng mentioned the 10,000 Flowers building, he remembered by Sheng Yi. He wondered if she had come to the East Sea, or if she was still in Ao-like country. Let's go to Wanhua restaurant and see if the women there are beautiful. Lin Feng said, there are some special features here. I heard that there are some women of the sea, such as clam girls and pearl girls. They're alluring. Sikong Jiayue said, oh, they're probably demons, right? Lin Feng asked. They're not demons, they're members of the sea, Sikong Jiayue explained. The sea has already formed a group. Even though they're born with some racial characteristics, they're not much different from humans. It's just like how demons are different from each other. Demons refer to ferocious beasts who cultivate and take human form. They're called demons. As for bestial cultivators, after so many years, they don't look any different from humans anymore. But some strong bestial cultivators have the blood of their ancestors in their veins, and they can turn back to their ancestors. Once they do that, they can turn into bestial beasts, and their fighting abilities will increase tremendously. Perhaps that's the only difference between humans and demons. But then again, demons can also return to their ancestral blood, but there are a small number of humans who have special blood in their veins. Those people also have the same ability as demons. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that Sikong Jiayue was talking about people with special constitutions. This kind of person. It was already a very high probability for 1 out of hundreds of millions of cultivators to appear. Similarly, among the demon race, demon cultivators who could achieve atavism were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It was extremely rare. Anyone who could achieve atavism was equivalent to a human cultivator with a special constitution. They were all geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue spent a night together in the 10,000 Flowers building. Naturally, he enjoyed it like an immortal. Lin Feng was not an ascetic monk. On the contrary, after the Su Yueshi incident, Lin Feng was also completely speechless. Life is short. He should enjoy it when he should. She's a beautiful woman. He wanted to have sex with her, then go after her boldly. If you don't pursue, sooner or later, your woman will be taken to bed by another man. In that case, he might as well go and harm the other party himself. It was impossible to walk through 10,000 flowers without a single leaf touching one's body. Then he would die under the skirt of a pomegranate and be a romantic ghost. This was life. Carefree, unrestrained. Release the desires in his heart. The next day, Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayue returned to their residence. As soon as they returned, the deacon was waiting outside. Lin Feng was surprised. Why would the auction house's Deacon Li come here? He cupped his fists and said, what brings Deacon Li here? Deacon Li did not dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Brother Lin, Brother Sikong, there are 2 important figures who wish to meet the 2 of you. Oh, important figures? Lin Feng was surprised. In his mind, thoughts flashed through his mind. He was thinking about who the important figures Deacon Li was talking about were. Deacon Li said, they are our auction house's president, President Jiang Tiando, and the head of the East Sea World Spirit Array Master Guild, Senior Morong Baichuan. So it's them. Lin Feng nodded. These two people, they could indeed be considered important figures. Lin Feng had heard of Jiang Tiando before. It was said that this person was in the upper echelons of the Jiang family's 9 branches. His status was extremely noble. Morong Baichuan had naturally heard of him as well. He was the head of the East Sea World's Spirit Array Master Guild. It was a name that resounded like thunder. May I know where the 2 seniors are? Lin Feng asked. The 2 seniors are in the courtyard next door. Deacon Li smiled. The inn Lin Feng and Si Kong Jiayue stayed in was a very high-end courtyard. Many small courtyards were located in an elegant garden. Lin Feng did not expect Jiang Tiando and Morong Baichuan to personally visit him. He said, I'll have to trouble Deacon Li to lead the way. Young masters, please. Soon, Lin Feng and Si Kong Jiayue met Jiang Tiando and Morong Baichuan. Ha! This must be little friend Lin Feng. The 2 of us have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Jiang Tiando and Morong Baichuan smiled. Lin Feng was neither servile nor overbearing as he bowed slightly to the 2 of them. Little you, we haven't seen each other in many years. Jiang Tiando and Kong Jiayue. Si Kong Jiayue bowed and said, Grandpa Jiang, I was careless. I should have visited you more often. Jiang Tiando sighed and said, The road is long and filled with danger. Have you been well these past few years? Everything has been well. Si Kong Jiayue replied. Jiang Tiando and Si Kong Jiayue's elders might have had some friendship. However, their friendship was probably not very deep. His conversation with Si Kong Jiayue was just a formality. Si Kong Jiayue obviously knew this as well, so he did not say much. Morong Baichuan excitedly said, Little friend, I heard that you're very skilled in formations. Today, I'm here to experience your formations. As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Baichuan took a step forward. In the void, densely packed formation runes were intertwined. They looked like tentacles moving towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Morong Baichuan hadn't even finished speaking, and he already wanted to test his spiritual array skills. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. To be able to fight with a spirit array master like Morong Baichuan, regarding his spirit array technique, it would definitely improve greatly. Moreover, Lin Feng also wanted to use Morong Baichuan to test the power of the spirit array combination technique that he had deduced using the dragon searching formula. Lin Feng raised his right hand, swish with Lin Feng as the center. One formation pattern after another began to distort. Those formation patterns combined together and swept towards the formation patterns that Morong Baichuan had condensed. Bang! The 2 formation patterns collided in the air, waves of terrifying aura. It pervaded the air. Formation combination? Morong Baichuan was shocked. His formation pattern was blocked by Lin Feng's formation combination, and his old face couldn't help but turn red. Morong Baichuan pointed with both of his hands. Hundreds of formation patterns condensed into a giant python that directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Formation Beast. Lin Feng was shocked. This Morong Baichuan had such powerful attainments in formations. Chapter 7:12. The formation beast bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced forward. It was extremely ferocious. This formation beast was extremely powerful. Obviously, at this moment, Morong Baichuan had also used his true methods to deal with Lin Feng. What a powerful formation beast. Lin Feng let out a long roar as he condensed one formation pattern after another. Lin Feng displayed the spirit array techniques he had mastered to the extreme. He was able to activate 36 types of large arrays and construct a combined large array. Of course, this was extremely taxing on his mental strength. However, now, in order to be able to fight against Morong Baichuan's formation beast, he had no choice but to use his trump card. 36 large arrays formed a combined array. It directly swept towards Morong Baichuan's formation beast. Bang! The attacks of both sides fiercely collided. Violent fluctuations surged out. Morong Baichuan's formation beast was blocked by Lin Feng's combined large array. This Jiang Tiando was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Morong Baichuan had used formation beast. It was obvious that he had used the power of a heaven stage spirit array master. Originally, Jiang Tiando thought that Morong Baichuan was making a big fuss over nothing. In Jiang Tiando's eyes, although Lin Feng's attainments in formations were profound, but Morong Baichuan only needed to display the level of an Earth Stage Middle or High Earth Stage Spirit Array Master. He would be able to defeat Lin Feng. But now he knew how wrong he was, even if he wasn't a Spirit Array Master. At this moment, Jiang Tiando also knew how terrifying Lin Feng's combined large array was. After the formation beast was blocked, Morong Baichuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, "Good boy, you can actually use 36 large arrays to combine. Your ability is really amazing. However, if you only have these methods, you won't be able to break this old man's formation beast." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation beast suddenly roared. The aura in its body suddenly increased. The formation beast roared and rushed forward. A claw slapped out. Puff! The combined large array that Lin Feng had created was torn apart by the formation beast. This formation beast is even stronger than I imagined. Lin Feng was shocked. Formation beasts were equivalent to the spirits cultivated by ordinary cultivators. It was very intelligent. It was connected to its master's mind. If Lin Feng cultivated to become a heaven-rank spirit array master, he could also cultivate his own array beasts. Now, he was facing the attack of the formation beasts. Lin Feng felt strained. Use all your strength to condense a high-tier Earth rank combination array to break the array beast. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. With his current ability, it was extremely strenuous to form a high-grade Earth rank combination array. However, Lin Feng intended to give it a try. The more pressure he felt, Lin Feng was often more motivated, even if it was just a spar. Even if he was facing a heaven stage spirit array master. He had persisted for such a long time. In the eyes of others, it was an honorable defeat. But Lin Feng didn't want to be the loser. Was a heaven-rank spirit array master that great? He wanted to defeat me. This was not an easy task. Never give up. Never give up. This was Lin Feng's belief. He began to set up a high-grade Earth-rank combination array. Waves of soul power that even moved Morong Baichuan spread out. Lin Feng did not hold back at all. Array patterns condensed one after another. What a powerful soul fluctuation. They could feel the soul fluctuation emitted from Lin Feng's body. Morong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando were both moved. If Lin Feng was a high-grade Yin-Yang realm spirit array master, he would have such a powerful soul power. They wouldn't be shocked. But Lin Feng was only a martial king realm cultivator. He actually had such a terrifying soul power. Wasn't this too monstrous? No, the word monstrous couldn't even describe Lin Feng. A combination array formed from 9 high-grade Earth rank arrays was displayed by Lin Feng. This was already the limit that Lin Feng could reach at the current stage, because the soul power consumption was too great. Lin Feng's face was very pale. However, the power of the combination array formed from 9 high-grade Earth rank arrays did not disappoint Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. This high-level combination array collided with the array beast formed by Morong Baichuan. after more than 10 consecutive collisions. The combination array set up by Lin Feng and Murong Baichuan's array beast had all dissipated. Lin Feng is so strong. His attainments in array formations can be described as godly. Sikong Jiayue was shocked. Although Murong Baichuan did not use his full strength since he had summoned the array beast, then 70% of his strength should be there. Lin Feng was only a high-grade Earth-rank spirit array master. However, he was able to break the array beast formed by 70% of Murong Baichuan's power. This was too unbelievable. Didn't that mean when Lin Feng broke through to the peak of the Earth-rank spirit array master, Murong Baichuan was going to be defeated by Lin Feng? What if Lin Feng broke through to the heaven-rank spirit array master? Sikong Jiayue could think of this. Jiang Tiandou could naturally think of this as well. Huge waves rose in Jiang Tiandou's heart. I must befriend this kid. In the future, his achievements will be limitless. Jiang Tiandou couldn't help but think to himself, "Ha, amazing, truly amazing. This is the first time I've seen your combination array. Who passed it down?" Murong Baichuan asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If I said that I researched this combination array myself, would Senior believe me?" Murong Baichuan was stunned. Then his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Murong Baichuan didn't think that Lin Feng was joking. If what Lin Feng said was true, then Lin Feng was too terrifying. Jiang Tiandou naturally understood as well. He even believed Lin Feng's words. An old man was a shrewd existence. He could tell at a glance whether this person was lying or not. As an outsider, Jiang Tiandou, it was easier to determine whether Lin Feng was telling the truth or was he joking. "I believe it." Murong Baichuan took a deep breath and said, "Ha ha." Lin Feng laughed loudly, but he didn't say anything else. Today's battle with Murong Baichuan, Lin Feng had gained a lot. Originally, he had tried many times to combine high-grade Earth stage arrays, but he had failed time and time again. And this time, in the battle, under immense pressure, Lin Feng succeeded. "Little friend, are you willing to join my Spirit Array Caster Guild?" Murong Baichuan asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have already joined a sect to cultivate, so I will not join another force, so I hope Senior can forgive me." "Little friend, don't be in a hurry to refuse. The Spirit Array Caster Guild is a relatively loose organization. Of course, the Spirit Array Caster Guild gathers all the Spirit Array casters in the world, and its appeal is also the largest organization in the Tianmu continent. Even if you have a force behind you, you can still join the Spirit Array Caster Guild. It's just like how many people who aren't mercenaries go to the Mercenary Association to be certified as mercenaries. The Union of Spiritual Spellcasters doesn't restrict any spiritual spellcasters. On the contrary, the spiritual spellcasters of the Union of Spiritual Spellcasters can enjoy many privileges of the Union of Spiritual Spellcasters. Even spiritual spellcasters of the sky rank can be found in the Union of Spiritual Spellcasters." Murong Baichuan said. Lin Feng was shocked. This Spirit Array Caster Guild was indeed powerful. If he joined the Spirit Array Caster Guild, he would not be restricted by the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Instead, he would be able to obtain the resources of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. In the future, when he broke through to the Heaven Stage, he would even be able to obtain Heaven Stage Spirit Arrays and Heaven Stage Spirit Arrays from the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Hearing Murong Baichuan's words, Lin Feng's heart was already beating fast. He asked, "Then what do I have to pay to obtain these powerful arrays?" "You need to do some high-level missions, but don't worry, these missions will definitely not be outrageous," Murong Baichuan said solemnly. "With Little Friend's ability, only by joining the Spirit Array Caster Guild will you be able to obtain the best training and the best resources. Furthermore, I can make the decision to let little friend become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Oh, great elder? Lin Feng was surprised. This was obviously a very high position. There are two types of great elders. One type is the great elder who holds a position in the Spirit Array Caster Guild and has real power. The other type is the great elder in name and does not have real power, but can enjoy the same treatment as the great elder with real power. Little friend, because you don't want to leave the sect, you can become the great elder in name. Morong Baichuan said, "Is this great elder in name very powerful?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Morong Baichuan smiled bitterly and said, "Of course it's powerful. The great elder only has a total of 732 people in the Spirit Array Caster Guild. If you want to go out and hold a position, you can be the deputy general manager of a large area. For example, the Spirit Array Caster Guild in the 72 northern regions has one general manager and 2 deputy general managers. If little friend wants to obtain real power, you can be the deputy general manager. Little friend, you should know how big the connections of the Spirit Array Caster Guild are. If you can become the great elder, then countless strong people will come to befriend little friend." Morong Baichuan did not continue, because he believed that Lin Feng already knew how to choose. It was indeed the same as what Morong Baichuan said. If he became the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild, then his status would rise as a result. One had to know there was no Spirit Array caster in the Blue Cloud sect who could become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. If Lin Feng's identity as the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was revealed, the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud sect would want to curry favor with Lin Feng. Not to mention an ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect. Many ancient forces would want to curry favor with Lin Feng. Thank you for your recommendation. Senior, I will definitely repay you in the future. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Feng knew how to conduct himself. Morong Baichuan's face was full of smiles. He was so eager to recommend Lin Feng. Firstly, he cherished talent. Secondly, he wanted to get such a favor. "Haha, little friend, you are too polite. I will now go and prepare with the 2 deputy general managers to appoint little friend as the great elder. Little friend, in the evening, go to the East Sea Spirit Array Caster Guild to complete the procedures and complete the certification. At that time, little friend will become the great elder of our Spirit Array Caster Guild." Morong Baichuan said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Appointing a great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was not a small matter. This was a big matter. Naturally, some necessary procedures were needed. Lin Feng and Sikong Xiayue said goodbye and left. Morong Baichuan and Jiang Tiando did not stay for long and quickly left. Jiang Tiando returned to the auction house. Morong Baichuan went back to deal with the appointment of Lin Feng as the great elder. This matter still needed to be reported to the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Then, they would wait for the news from the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Therefore, they had to wait for some time before they could officially appoint Lin Feng as the 733rd Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Announcement: the app is online supporting Android and Apple. Please follow the official WeChat account to download and install AppXit. Chapter 713. The East Sea Spirit Array Master Union was located in the first cultivator gathering area. To ordinary cultivators, the Spirit Array Master Union was a mysterious and noble place. This was not a place that anyone could enter, especially today. It was obvious that something big was going to happen in the Spirit Array Master Union. This was because President Morong and the 2 vice presidents were instructing the deacons of the Spirit Array Master Union to prepare for the coronation ceremony. Usually, the coronation ceremony would only be held when there was a major appointment. Many spirit array masters were discussing the upcoming appointment ceremony. Roar. In the distance, the loud roar of a dragon resounded through the clouds. 3 flood dragons pulled a gorgeous bronze carriage and flew quickly in the direction of the Spirit Array Master Union. The flood dragons pulled the carriage. It attracted many people to watch. In front of the Spirit Array Master Union, people came and went. More than 10 cultivators got out of the bronze carriage. These people, all of them, were wearing the long robes of the Spirit Array Master Union. Obviously, they were all Spirit Array Masters. Countless gazes looked at those noble Spirit Array Masters with envy. These people surrounded a woman in her 20s like stars surrounding the moon. It's Li Shiyu. It's actually her. Many people immediately cried out in surprise. It was obvious that many people recognized that woman. That woman was also a Spirit Array Master. And that woman was very beautiful. Her brows were slightly raised. He had a proud look on his face. Who is Li Shiyu? Someone asked doubtfully. Immediately, a cultivator looked at him as if he was a monster and said, "Brother, you don't even know who Su Shiyu is? Heavens, aren't you a little too ill-informed?" Cough, cough, it's like this. I've been in seclusion for a few years and I just came out, so there are many things that I don't know. The despised cultivator said with a bitter smile, "So that's how it is." The cultivators nodded. One of them said, "This Li Shiyu is a genius Spirit Array caster. When he was 20 years old, he had already broken through to become a profound, high-level Spirit Array caster. Now that 3 years have passed, Li Shiyu has come to the Spirit Array Caster Union. Could it be that he wants to be certified as an Earth low-level Spirit Array caster? A 23-year-old elementary Earth rank Spirit Array Master. Heavens, isn't this too frightening? This talent is too monstrous. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Li Shiyu, who is 30 years old, might become an Earth rank intermediate Spirit Array caster? Becoming an Earth rank high-level Spirit Array caster before the age of 40, breaking through to the peak of the Earth rank Spirit Array caster before the age of 50, and even breaking through to the Heaven rank Spirit Array caster before the age of 100? Immediately, a cultivator said in shock, "Breaking through to the Heaven rank Spirit Array caster before the age of 100, such talent is extremely rare among Spirit Array casters. After all, there are only a handful of Heaven-rank Spirit Array casters in the entire Tianwu continent." Many people exclaimed in surprise. Li Shiyu was surrounded by the stars. He walked towards the Spirit Array Caster Union. No one noticed that Lin Feng had already arrived at the Spirit Array Caster Union. He was about to enter the Spirit Array Caster Union. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. "Brat, stop right there." Lin Feng stopped and turned around to see more than 10 Spirit Array casters walking over. He frowned slightly and said, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Don't you see that we're going in? Why are you so unruly? Why aren't you making way and waiting at the side?" The Spirit Array caster looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. This was because Lin Feng was not wearing a Spirit Array caster's robe, and he was so young. These people all thought that Lin Feng was someone who had come to the Spirit Array Caster Union to do business. All of them had arrogant expressions. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He was about to say something. A guard from the Spirit Array Caster Union pulled Lin Feng back and whispered, "Young master, these people are all geniuses from the Spirit Array Caster Union. All of them are profound rank Spirit Array casters, especially that female Spirit Array caster. Her name is Li Shiyu, and it's said that she's here to certify as an Earth rank Spirit Array caster." "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Feng nodded. He glanced at the group of people indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Lin Feng retreated to the side. This group of spirit array casters entered the Spirit Array Caster Union. Little brother, are you also here to certify as a spirit array caster? The guard asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. The guard immediately revealed a respectful expression. The identity of a spirit array caster was high and mighty. The guard pointed to the passage in the depths and said, "Walk along the passage and enter the second palace. Wait there for a while, and someone will come to ask you some questions. Then they will bring you to the certification." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. When they arrived at the second palace, Li Shiyu and the others had already arrived. Other than these people, there was also a Dao platform in the second palace. On the Dao platform, there were 3 stone statues. These 3 stone statues were the stone statues of the 3 ancient gods, Tai Ching, Tai Xian, and Tai Tian. It was the 3 of them who founded the Spirit Array Caster Union. It allowed the Spirit Array Caster Union to flourish for hundreds of millions of years. And every time a major event happened, they would worship the 3 ancestors. The Spirit Array Caster who had scolded Lin Feng earlier was called Lu Yu. This person was 27 years old this year and was an elementary profound stage Spirit Array caster. His talent was quite good. He said, "Junior Sister Li, could it be that the higher-ups of the Union already know that you have broken through to the Earth stage Spirit Array caster? Is that why they set up the Dao platform in advance to crown you?" "Haha, it seems that Junior Sister Li is going to become an elder of the Spirit Array Caster Union. Junior Sister Li has become an elder of the Spirit Array Caster Union at the age of 23. It is really admirable and enviable. This way, Junior Sister Li can become the youngest elder of the East Sea Spirit Array Caster Union." The group of people flattered her. Li Shiyu nodded proudly and said, "This is nothing. With my talent, I will definitely become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Union within 30 years. Within 100 years, I will definitely become a Heaven Stage Spirit Array caster. At that time, I will be able to control a region. At that time, Junior Sister Li must think of us." Lu Yu said flatteringly, "Of course I won't forget everyone." Li Shiyu nodded proudly. At this moment, Lu Yu saw Lin Feng enter the second palace. He immediately frowned. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, there will be a coronation ceremony for Junior Sister Li to become an elder later. Do you have the qualifications to stay here? Hurry up and get out." Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. "What, do you want me to personally throw you out?" Lu Yu said with a cold smile. Li Shiyu and the others looked indifferently at Lin Feng. As Spirit Array casters, they were high and mighty, so they naturally looked down on ordinary people. The president and the 2 vice presidents are here. Lu Yu was about to make a move. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Dozens of Spirit Array casters quickly walked over. The 3 people in the lead were the president, Morong Baichuan, and the 2 vice presidents, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai. "Greetings, sir." Li Shiyu, Lu Yu, and the others hurriedly bowed to the 3 important figures. These people saw that Lin Feng was actually standing still. Immediately, they all sneered. In their opinion, this kid didn't even know etiquette and would definitely be thrown out. However, what happened next stunned the group of people. The president, Morong Baichuan, walked towards Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Little friend Lin, you're here. I was busy communicating with the higher-ups of the main hall, so I couldn't personally welcome you. Little friend, please don't blame me." "Haha, this must be little friend Lin, right? The 2 of us have been looking forward to it for a long time." The 2 vice presidents, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai, were even more enthusiastic. The corners of Li Shiyu, Lu Yu, and the others' mouths twitched violently. What exactly happened? Who was that kid? Even the president and the 3 vice presidents were so enthusiastic and polite. Obviously, the 3 of them were important figures. They were on the same level as that young man. Thinking of how he had mocked and scolded Lin Feng just now. Chapter 7:14. Who exactly is he? Li Shiyu and the others were puzzled. He was so young. He seemed to be the youngest person in the room. What qualifications did he have to be treated so warmly by the president and the 2 vice presidents? What qualifications did he have to be on the same level as the 3 great figures? Everyone. They were all puzzled, although they were puzzled about Lin Feng's identity. Li Shiyu and the others knew. Lin Feng must be an extraordinary figure. They hurriedly tried to recall if they had had any verbal conflicts with Lin Feng before, although they despised this person in their hearts. However, there was no verbal conflict. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Li Shiyu and the others looked at Lu Yu, who was trembling in fear, with pity in their eyes. Little friend Lin, the 3 of us have already communicated with the upper echelons of the main hall. Now that the appointment order has been issued, let's go over. We can officially appoint little friend Lin as the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Hall. Murong Baichuan said. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Little friend, you're too polite. Murong Baichuan smiled. The 4 of them walked towards the Dao platform. Who is this person? Li Shiyu asked an elder-level spirit array caster beside her. The elder whispered, This is the new great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. How is this possible? Li Shiyu exclaimed in disbelief. Great elder. At the very least, one had to be a high-level Earth Stage Spirit Array caster. Lin Feng, a cultivator around 20 years old. Was he a high-level Earth Stage Spirit Array caster? Silence. A senior elder said in a deep voice. Li Shiyu also knew that she had lost her composure and quickly apologized. At this moment, she looked at Lin Feng in a daze. She thought of her pride, her unparalleled talent, in front of that young man. It was not worth mentioning. Li Shiyu felt a deep sense of frustration. As for the rest of the people, they were all dumbfounded. The guy they looked down on before. He was actually the newly appointed Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others walked over. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Yu and said indifferently, I wonder if I am qualified to stay here now. Lu Yu already knew that Lin Feng was about to become the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Master Hall. Such a figure. He was not someone he could afford to offend. Lu Yu was so scared that his legs went soft, and he fell to his knees with a thud. What's going on? Murong Baichuan's expression sank slightly. Murong Baichuan was old and shrewd. What had he not seen before? From this simple conversation, one could roughly guess what had happened. His eyes could not help but turn cold. If it was because of a group of small fries. This caused a rift between Lin Feng and the Spirit Array Caster Guild. Who could take responsibility for this? This was the first time that many people had seen Murong Baichuan reveal such a frighteningly cold expression. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Li Shiyu and the others were also trembling in fear, even though they didn't have any direct conflict with Lin Feng. After all, they had come with Lu Yu. Li Shiyu and the others were worried that Lin Feng would hate them because of Lu Yu. A great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild wanted to deal with them. It was too easy. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize Mount Tai, an offended sir. Please spare me. Lu Yu's face was pale. He kept kowtowing and apologizing. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. This Lu Yu was really a piece of trash. He was actually scared to such an extent. He didn't have the mood to argue with small fries like Lu Yu and Li Shiyu. Lin Feng looked at Morong Baichuan and said, "It's nothing. There was some misunderstanding earlier. Since this person has apologized, let's forget about it. Since Great Elder Lin has spared you, you can get up." Morong Baichuan said, Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sparing my life, sir." Lu Yu got up from the ground gratefully. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shiyu. This Li Shiyu was still very beautiful, and she had indeed broken through to the earth stage. Her talent could be called monstrous. After all, she was only 23 years old. She was only 2 years older than Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "There's always someone better. Remember my words. Otherwise, you will definitely cause great trouble in the future." Being reprimanded by someone younger than her. However, Li Shiyu did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she admired Lin Feng very much. She felt that Lin Feng was broad-minded. Li Shiyu hurriedly said, "Yes, Great Elder, I will remember it. I will definitely treat others humbly in the future." Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Next, under the auspices of Morong Baichuan, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai, they began to crown Lin Feng as the Great Elder. According to the usual practice, Lin Feng first paid his respects to the 3 ancestors. Next, the runes on the platform began to distort. Shua, a distorted image appeared. In the image, a hazy world of mist appeared. At the end of the misty world, there were 4 old figures sitting cross-legged. Oh my God, it's the ancestors. Are the ancestors going to personally crown Great Elder Lin? The 2 vice presidents, Wang Changming and Nangong Hai, were filled with shock. Even Morong Baichuan was the same. They had never thought that the 4 ancestors would appear. As for the rest of the people, they were all filled with shock. Even the elder-level spirit array masters had never seen the legendary 4 ancestors. Now, they had actually seen them. Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. Lin Feng had actually made the 4 ancestors of the Spirit Array Masters Guild personally appear. It could be seen that the 4 ancestors valued Lin Feng greatly. These are the 4 ancestors of the main hall, and also the 4 supreme elders of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. They are all Spirit Array Masters that have surpassed the heavens. Morong Baichuan whispered into Lin Feng's ear. Spirit Array Masters that have surpassed the heavens? Saint-level Spirit Array Masters? Lin Feng was shocked. These should be the 4 people with the highest achievements in Spirit Array Masters in the Tianwu continent. "You are Lin Feng?" An old voice sounded. "This junior is..." Lin Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Just as Baichuan said, "Your talent and ability are excellent. Now, this old man represents the Spirit Array Masters Guild to ask you, are you willing to become the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Masters Guild?" The old voice sounded again. "This junior is willing." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Good. From today onwards, you are the Great Elder of the Spirit Array Masters Guild." The ancestor nodded. A divine light flew out from the misty world. Lin Feng's body was filled with strength. It's the divine protection. The 4 ancestors blessed Great Elder Lin with the divine protection. It's the divine protection. It's said that the person blessed with the divine protection will be protected by the 4 ancestors. It seems that the 4 ancestors value Great Elder Lin more than we thought, said Lin Feng. Many people were discussing and looking at Lin Feng with envy. Even Morong Baichuan, Wang Changming, and Nangong Hai had envious expressions. Even they had not been blessed by the 4 ancestors with the divine protection. Lin Feng had unexpectedly received the divine protection from the 4 ancestors. It was said that the divine protection could steal the luck of the world. Moreover, in times of danger, the divine protection could be used to save one's life. The world is very big. Work hard. The four ancestors looked at Lin Feng. This junior will remember. Lin Feng bowed. Then, the misty world became illusory. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. The four ancestors had used their heaven-defying magic power to manifest the technique just now. After crowning Lin Feng, they withdrew their magic power. He didn't know what level these four ancestors were at. Their techniques were divine. Chapter 7:15. This is the token of the Great Elder of the Hall of Spirit Array Masters. All kinds of information are recorded on it. Morong Baichuan handed a token to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put the talisman away. The Spirit Array Masters Guild was spread all over the Tianwu continent, even the Four Seas. They were all distributed by the Spirit Array Masters Guild. Therefore, with this token, it would be very convenient for him to do many things in the future. He could also use the power of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. I still have some things to do here, so I won't stay any longer. Lin Feng said apologetically. Wang Changming immediately said regretfully, we even prepared a banquet to celebrate Great Elder Lin's coronation. Lin Feng said, I'm really sorry. I'll invite everyone to a banquet next time. Nangong Hai smiled and said, it's pardonable that Great Elder Lin has something to do, so we'll be looking forward to Great Elder Lin's invitation. Haha, that's for sure. Lin Feng smiled. Morong Baichuan and the others personally sent Lin Feng out. It's the president, the vice president, and the others. Everyone quickly stand properly. When the guard saw the group of important figures walking out of the Spirit Array Masters Guild, he immediately showed an extremely respectful expression. The others stood up straight. They glanced at the group of important figures walking out from the corner of their eyes. These important figures seemed to be accompanying a cultivator. Could it be the new Great Elder? The guards couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They had naturally heard that the Spirit Array Masters Guild was about to crown a new Great Elder. However, they didn't have the qualifications to enter and watch the coronation ceremony. Lin Feng, Morong Baichuan, and the others walked out while chatting and laughing. He saw the guard who had kindly warned him not to offend Li Shiyu, Lu Yu, and the others. Lin Feng walked over. He patted the guard's shoulder and smiled. How many years have you worked in the Spirit Array Masters Guild? When the guard saw Lin Feng, he was a little puzzled. Wasn't this the young man he had just warned? He was worried that this young man would go against Lu Yu and the others because he was young and impetuous. Thus, he kindly reminded him, afraid that this young man would cause trouble. Great Elder Lin, you know this person? Morong Baichuan asked. Great Elder Lin? The guard's heart was suddenly filled with disbelief. This young man was First Elder Lin? Today, the Spirit Array Caster Guild had crowned him as the new Great Elder. How was this possible? Such a young Great Elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. The guard felt as if he couldn't think straight at this moment. In his heart, he was filled with deep shock. Lin Feng smiled and replied, a friend I met not too long ago. Friends? Grand Elder Lin said that I'm his friend. The guard was so excited that his whole body trembled. The Spirit Array Caster Guild will not mistreat loyal people like you, said Lin Feng while patting the guard's shoulder. Immediately after, Morong Baichuan and the others left. Zhang Hao, come to my place later. The elder in charge of the Spirit Array Caster Guild's security said to the guard with a smile. His previous arrogance was gone, replaced by an amiable look. It made people think that there was something wrong with this strict guy's head. The guard named Zhang Hao quickly nodded. The rest of the guards looked at Zhang Hao with envy. They knew This time, Zhang Hao was probably going to make a meteoric rise. After returning from the Spirit Array Caster Guild, Lin Feng found that Sikong Jiayue hadn't returned. Suddenly, Lin Feng found a letter on the table in Sikong Jiayue's room. Lin Feng, I have urgent matters to attend to and had to leave. I didn't have time to wait for you to tell me the details. Don't worry about me. I'm safe. The words Sikong were written on the letter. It was obviously left for Lin Feng by Sikong Jiayue. Who did Sikong meet when he went out? Why did he leave in such a hurry? Lin Feng frowned. However, since Sikong said that he was fine, Lin Feng was slightly relieved. During this period of time, the auction house had been promoting the upcoming auction. The golden flame fruit was naturally included in the promotional materials, and it was heavily promoted. Many large forces were paying attention to the golden flame fruit, such a heavenly treasure. It could help cultivators break through the yin-yang realm. Naturally, it would cause countless people to fight over it. Therefore, the auction this time was extremely lively. On the day of the auction, countless people rushed to the auction house. On the streets, people came and went. It was very lively. This was because there were too many people who wanted to enter the auction house. Therefore, those who were able to enter were all people with a certain level of prestige. Not just anyone could enter the auction house. Lin Feng entered the auction house in a very low-key manner. He asked for a VIP box. When Jiang Chao heard that Lin Feng had arrived, he personally came to Lin Feng and brought a plate of spirit fruits. He smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, this is the spirit fruit that the president ordered. This is a heavenly spirit fruit that has been growing for 3,000 years. After eating it, it will greatly benefit one's cultivation. Thank the president for me." Lin Feng smiled. The two of them chatted for a while before Jiang Chao left. The auction was about to begin. He still had many things to deal with. People poured into the auction house one after another. Many people from large forces arrived one after another. There were even experts from ancient forces. This auction was an auction that the auction house had been preparing for a long time. They were waiting for the opening of the ruins of God. Countless cultivators entered the sea world. This was a good opportunity. A large-scale auction was held. Lin Feng opened the auction booklet and read the introduction of some of the items. There was only an introduction of a portion of the auction items, but it was already enough to make Lin Feng very shocked. This was because Lin Feng even saw a Dao artifact being auctioned. This auction house is really rich. They can even take out a Dao artifact for auction. How much is this Dao artifact worth? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Even the lowest grade Dao artifact. It would probably cost hundreds of trillions of spirit stones, right? If it was converted to top-grade spirit stones. It would also cost 100 million top-grade spirit stones. 100 million top-grade spirit stones. How many experts could this create? Lin Feng had obtained so many yin-yang realm storage rings. There were also all kinds of treasures and pills that he had accumulated over the years. He had all taken them to the auction house and exchanged them for top-grade spirit stones. He had only exchanged them for 3,200 top-grade spirit stones. One could imagine how terrifying 100 million top-grade spirit stones was. Only ancient forces could afford such a treasure. Ordinary forces. They couldn't take out such a huge amount of spirit stones. An ancient force like the Blue Cloud sect, they couldn't gather 100 million top-grade spirit stones, even if they sold everything they had. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, 3 melodious sounds of bells rang out. The auction house that was originally venting, it immediately quieted down. The auction had begun. An old man and a beautiful woman walked up to the auction stage. They were the hosts of this auction. The first auction item is a fragment of the world tree. The old man smiled. What? A fragment of the world tree? Chapter 7:16. Is it really a fragment of the world tree? Exclamations rang out one after another. In the auction, everyone's eyes were blazing as they looked at the two auctioneers on the stage. Everyone knew what a fragment of the world tree represented. If it could be nurtured into a sapling and planted in the Danteon, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. It was said that the reason why the sapling of the world tree in the Danteon could improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds was because the sapling could absorb the energy of the undying world. The undying world. It was a higher-level world that was beyond the mortal world. If one could devour the energy of the undying world, their cultivation would naturally improve to a level that others could only look up to. However, no one knew whether it was true or not, because no one had ever successfully nurtured a sapling of the world tree. At that moment, a beautiful servant girl walked up with a tray. The servant girl opened the tray. A piece of charred black wood appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a fragment of the world tree. The female auctioneer said, "Why is it charred black? Was it struck by lightning?" Someone asked. The old auctioneer nodded and said, "That's right, this is a piece of lightning wood. However, even after being struck by lightning, it has been preserved until now, without any damage. Our auction house has tried to break this piece of lightning wood with Tao artifacts. We can confirm that this is a fragment of the world tree." The old auctioneer's words caused an uproar in the auction house. A fragment of the world tree. It was too precious. Many major factions were ready to make a move. In the private room, Lin Feng sat down. A fragment of the world tree that has lost its vitality. Lin Feng shook his head. He had a leaf of the world tree that the fire Qilin had given him. A fragment of the world tree that still had vitality. The leaf of the world tree could sense it. But now, the fragment of the world tree on the auction stage did not cause any changes to Lin Feng's leaf of the world tree. This meant that the fragment of the world tree had lost all its vitality. A fragment of the world tree like this, it could not be nurtured into a sapling of the world tree. However, it could be forged into a powerful treasure. At this moment, someone raised a question. Although the fragment of the world tree is good, I'm very puzzled. Why would someone take out such a treasure? Why don't you nurture your own world tree sapling? The old auctioneer explained, "I haven't sensed any signs of life from this fragment of the world tree yet. Perhaps it still has some signs of life, but we need to find a way to break open the world tree. Another possibility is that it has already lost all signs of life." The auction house would not hide the flaws of the auction item. Otherwise, he would be ruining his reputation. "It would be a pity if the world tree had lost its vitality," said Lin Feng. Many people shook their heads. The auctioneer said, "The starting bid for this item is 1 billion spirit stones. A fragment of the world tree that has lost its vitality. The starting price is 1 billion. This is daylight robbery." Lin Feng shook his head slightly. But even so, there were still many powerful organizations that were interested in this fragment of the world tree. So what if he lost his life force? This fragment of the world tree belonged to the wood element. It was a wood elemental supreme treasure. It could be used to create powerful wood-type magic treasures. 1,050 million. Soon, someone began to bid. 1 billion. Then, someone raised the price. The price of the fragment of the world tree soared. In the end, it reached a sky-high price of 23. 5 billion. Then, one precious item after another was taken out for auction. Lin Feng was basically watching the show, because even if he took a fancy to many of the auction items, it was also very difficult for him to compete with those top organizations. An auction item could be worth billions or even tens of billions. The price was frighteningly high. Everyone, please pay attention. The next item to be auctioned is an 87,000-year-old sacred medicine. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction house, it was in an uproar. Only sacred medicines that had grown for more than 70,000 years were sacred medicines. A sacred medicine of this level, it could preserve one's appearance forever. It could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. It could revive the dead. A treasure of this level was rare even among the ancient organizations. But now, someone was actually taking it out for auction. It was simply unbelievable. A maidservant brought the Saint Herb over. There was a transparent glass bottle in the maid's hand. The glass bottle was reinforced with layers of seals. Inside the glass bottle was a snow-white ginseng. This sacred medicine is called the Snow Mountain Ginseng. The starting price is 10 billion. The female auctioneer said. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp when he heard the starting price. 10 billion ordinary spirit stones. If converted to supreme-grade spirit stones, it would be 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the starting price. When the time came, it would definitely be sold for a sky-high price. In a sense, for many large organizations, such a sacred medicine was even more attractive to them than a Tao artifact, because many large organizations had Tao artifacts, but they didn't necessarily have sacred medicines. These large organizations all had cultivators at the level of old antiques. Some old antiques were nearing the end of their lifespans. If they died, it would be a heavy blow to this large organization. But if they used the sacred medicine to extend their lives for 500 years, it was too important to this organization. Soon, many organizations began to compete crazily. The price of the sacred medicine, the Snow Mountain Ginseng, rose. From the initial 10 billion, soon it reached 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, and it was still rising crazily. In the end, the price was 900 billion spirit stones. It was bought by the ancient Great Xia dynasty. What a sky-high price! Lin Feng was shocked. He also had 2 vermilion bird fruits, but Lin Feng didn't intend to auction them. This thing was a life-saving treasure at a critical moment. Moreover, it couldn't be bought with spirit stones. If he didn't have no choice, he definitely couldn't take it out for auction. One by one, the auction items were taken out for auction. At this moment, a servant girl walked up with a new auction item. Lin Feng looked over and found that the auction item was actually a very strange pitch-black stone. This is a meteorite from outer space, but we have tried our best, but we were unable to find out the origin of this meteorite. The old auctioneer introduced, meteorite from outer space. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. Only stones that fell through the endless atmosphere could be called meteorites. And at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the beast egg was fluctuating violently. Waves of desire surged from the beast egg into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng was shocked. Beast egg. This incomparably mysterious beast egg. This beast egg that suppressed even the descendants of heavenly gods. It actually surged with such desire. Lin Feng looked at the meteorite from outer space. It was that meteorite that had awakened the beast egg from its slumber. Could it be that it's not a meteorite from outer space? Chapter 717. This beast egg was very mysterious. It hid a big secret, except when he encountered the divine egg of the gods' descendant. The beast egg woke up on its own. Other than that time, the beast egg didn't move again. This was the second time the beast egg moved. Lin Feng carefully sensed the beast egg's fluctuations. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to sense the beast egg's emotions. Desire. That was an extremely desired emotion. You want that stone? Lin Feng asked. The beast egg then transmitted an even more desired emotion. The little guy in the beast egg obviously couldn't express its thoughts. Then, the beast egg transmitted another message to Lin Feng. You mean, that thing is very useful to you? Lin Feng carefully sensed it and asked. The little guy in the beast egg transmitted waves of excitement. But soon, that emotion became pitiful. It seemed to be begging Lin Feng to help it win the bid. This little guy hasn't hatched yet, but it's already so smart. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. If he waited until the little guy hatched, he didn't know how heaven-defying it would be. Obviously, that black stone should be something that could help the little guy hatch, although Lin Feng didn't know what it was. Since this thing was useful to the little guy, no matter how big the price he had to pay, he had to think of a way to get that treasure. He was looking forward to the moment when the little guy hatched. Lin Feng had always wanted to know what kind of breed the little guy was. Wait patiently, I'll get it for you, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The little guy immediately sent out a wave of extremely excited fluctuation. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also full of joy. It was too heaven-defying. This little guy would definitely grow into an extremely terrifying existence in the future. When the time came, he would have an extremely powerful pet by his side. Just thinking about it made him feel very excited. The starting price of this meteorite is 500 million star stones, the female auctioneer said. The starting price is so high, Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. The things that were auctioned at the auction were all exquisite. For the sake of better calculation, during the auction, the most common low-grade spirit stones were used to calculate the price. However, when it came to the real deal, they were all traded with top-grade spirit stones. The starting price of the meteorite was 500 top-grade spirit stones. 550 million, 600 million. Many people participated in the competition. Price. Naturally, it continued to rise. Soon, it passed the 1 billion mark, and he had no intention of stopping at all. The auction this time had attracted too many people from the major forces. Therefore, the final price of the auction items was very high. When the price was raised to 2 billion, Lin Feng also participated in the competition. In the end, the price of this auction item was fixed at a sky-high price of 5 billion. I only have 3,200 spiritual stones of the best quality. I wonder if I'll be able to get 4,500 spiritual stones of the best quality after selling the golden fire fruits. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, he thought that he had collected so many spirit stones. He had enough supreme-grade spirit stones to break through to the yin-yang realm. But he didn't expect that. Because of the sudden incident in front of him, not only did he use up all the 3,200 spiritual stones he had accumulated, he still owed 1,300 spiritual stones of the best quality. Lin Gongzi, this is the meteorite you bought. Jiang Chao personally came to Lin Feng. He sent the meteorite over. Lin Feng smiled and said, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to send it over personally. I'll pay for it after the auction is over. Is that okay? Jiang Chao smiled and said, Of course, there's no problem. I won't disturb Lin Gongzi. If Lin Gongzi takes a fancy to any auction items, you can inform me. The president said that if Lin Gongzi has any financial problems, we can help. We're all friends. So Lin Gongzi, don't refuse a friend's help. This Jiang Chao was very good at talking. That was to get closer to Lin Feng. And if Lin Feng really asked for financial help from the auction house, he could also sell Lin Feng a favor. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If there's a need, I'll contact the elder." Jiang Chao nodded and left. Lin Feng used a spirit array to seal the room. Shua. In the next moment, the beast egg flew out. The beast egg was shrouded in black fog. Waves of incomparably excited emotions spread out from the beast egg. The beast egg circled around the meteorite. "Little guy, how do you devour the meteorite? Eat this stone directly?" Lin Feng knocked on the meteorite. Although the meteorite was the size of a fist, it weighed at least 1,000 kilograms. Soon after, another wave of fluctuation came from the beast egg. "Are you saying that you're not devouring the stone? Instead, you're devouring the thing inside the stone?" Lin Feng asked. The beast egg swayed in midair, as if it was nodding. "But how do you open the meteorite? It's too hard." Lin Feng frowned. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a ball of black gas surged out from the beast egg. The black gas directly enveloped the meteorite. That ball of black gas was very strange. It was also very terrifying. After the meteorite was enveloped by the black gas, "Kacha, kacha, kacha," sounds could be heard. The meteorite was actually cracking. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. That ball of black gas just now was too abnormal, wasn't it? That was a meteorite from outer space. Even a Tao artifact would find it difficult to directly destroy a meteorite from outer space, right? However, the black gas in the beast egg had actually directly destroyed the meteorite from outer space. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what was wrapped in the meteorite. In the center of the meteorite, there was a ball of golden liquid. He didn't know what it was. The golden liquid emitted astonishing fluctuations. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already used an array to seal the room. Or else, it would definitely be noticed by the experts outside. At this moment, the beast egg devoured the golden liquid. Within the beast egg, dense runes appeared. One rune after another twisted together. It emitted a mysterious fluctuation and aura. From the beast egg came the little guy's excited cries. After swallowing the golden liquid, the little guy had obviously obtained great benefits. Kacha kacha. At the same time, Lin Feng saw that the beast egg's eggshell had begun to crack. One by one, the runes surged into the beast egg. Those runes contained a powerful force. Now, they seemed to have fused into the little guy's bloodline and were controlled by the little guy. Within the beast egg, a black light was emitted. Kacha kacha, the beast egg's eggshell cracked more and more. Is it going to hatch? Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had been looking forward to the beast egg hatching. Now that the little guy had swallowed the mysterious golden liquid, the eggshell continued to crack, as if it was really about to hatch. What kind of exotic beast is this little guy? Chapter 718. The eggshell was about to crack completely, just as the little guy was about to hatch, Yi Zichen thought. But at this moment, the eggshell stopped cracking. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. The little guy sent a weak spiritual wave to Lin Feng. Not enough energy. Lin Feng was puzzled. The little guy sent a wave of sighing to Lin Feng. Isn't this too much? It's about to hatch, but it can't hatch because there's not enough energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. Then Lin Feng communicated with the little guy. It couldn't hatch. The little guy was dejected. Lin Feng hurriedly comforted the little guy, telling him not to worry. It was only a matter of time before it hatched. With Lin Feng's consolation, the little guy, who was originally sulking, became lively again. The beast egg circled around Lin Feng. The little guy in the beast egg sent out waves of joyful spiritual wave. After playing for a while, then it returned to the storage ring to rest. What was that golden divine liquid just now? It can actually help the beast egg hatch. Lin Feng's heart was filled with confusion. But obviously, that thing, it was absolutely shocking, because even a sacred medicine couldn't arouse the interest of the little guy in the beast egg. But the little guy almost hatched the small ball of golden divine liquid inside the meteorite. The only pity was, the amount of golden divine liquid was too little. Looks like I can only wait for the next opportunity. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The beast egg didn't hatch. Lin Feng was naturally a little disappointed. He had been looking forward to the beast egg hatching. Lin Feng really wanted to know what kind of creature his pet was. Outside, the auction continued. One treasure after another was taken out for auction. The next item is a golden flame fruit, a natural treasure that can help a cultivator break through to the yin-yang realm. At this time, the old auctioneer's voice was heard. Immediately after, a maidservant walked up with the golden flame fruits. It's the golden fire fruit's turn. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt a little uneasy. He wondered what kind of price the golden flame fruit would fetch. It really is the golden flame fruit. Someone is actually auctioning something like this. The patriarch has already sent us a message. He wants us to buy the golden fire fruit and give it to the young master who hasn't been able to break through yet. Haha, the golden flame fruit is mine, for sure. I will offer this treasure to the Grand Elder of the Penglai Divine Land. The Grand Elder will be very happy. His great-great-grandson has been unable to make a breakthrough. Now that he can make a breakthrough, I can use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Penglai Divine Land. Many people began to discuss. Many people seemed to be determined to get the golden flame fruit. The auctioneer smiled and said, "The starting price of the golden fire fruit is 200 million. The bidding starts now." An intense competition ensued. The price of the golden flame fruit rose steadily. In the end, the price was fixed at 4 billion. This price surprised Lin Feng. He obviously did not expect the golden flame fruit to be auctioned at such a price. Lin Feng originally thought that the golden flame fruit could only be auctioned at 2 billion. He did not expect it to be auctioned at 4 billion. After the golden flame fruit was auctioned, Lin Feng did not continue to stay at the auction. He asked someone to contact Jiang Chao. He planned to pay the spirit stones for the meteorite and leave. Jiang Chao received Lin Feng in the VIP room. "Lin Gongzi, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Jiang Chao smiled. "I've already bought what I need. I'm not interested in anything else." Lin Feng smiled and said, Jiang Chao was a little regretful. He had hoped that Lin Feng would be interested in a few auction items. Then he would compete. He knew that Lin Feng did not have enough financial resources. When the time came, Lin Feng would borrow money from the auction house. This way, Lin Feng would owe him a favor. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng was about to leave. Jiang Chao said, "The golden flame fruit was auctioned for 4 billion low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 4,000 top-grade spirit stones. The auction house will take 30% of the commission. So Lin Gongzi will receive 2,800 top-grade spirit stones." Previously, Lin Gongzi spent 4,500 top-grade spirit stones to bid for the meteorite. Now, Lin Gongzi can pay me 1,700 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng nodded and took out 1,700 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to Jiang Chao. He still had 1,500 top-grade spirit stones left. Ordinary people broke through to the yin-yang realm. They could break through by spending at most 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, Lin Feng's savings were too powerful. It was dozens of times more than a cultivator of the same level. Therefore, before Lin Feng broke through to the Inyang realm, he had to accumulate more than 3,000 top-grade spirit stones to ensure that he would not encounter a crisis when he broke through. Lin Feng bid farewell to Jiang Chao. The next day, Lin Feng hosted a banquet and invited Murong Baichuan, Wang Changming Nangonghai, and the auction house's president, Jiang Tiando. These were 4 important figures. "Young friend, are you going to the ruins of God this time?" Jiang Tiando asked. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. There was nothing to hide. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I am indeed going to the ruins of God." To go to the ruins of God, you have to pass through the deep sea. That is the world of the Oceanids and is extremely dangerous, so, young friend, you should take a boat there. Murong Baichuan said. "The Oceanids?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Could it be that the Oceanids attack human cultivators? The boundless sea originally belonged to the Oceanids, but later human cultivators, demon cultivators, and even demon cultivators entered the sea to establish forces. This is equivalent to taking over the Oceanids' territory, so the Oceanids hate cultivators of other races. Wang Changming said, "Are the Oceanids very powerful?" Lin Feng asked. Nangonghai nodded and said, "They are indeed very powerful, but ever since the Great Divine Demon War, the Oceanic race's power has greatly weakened, while the other factions have rapidly developed. As such, the Oceanic race has retreated to the depths of the ocean. Although they can't compare to the past, the Oceanids are still very powerful. If anyone dares to pass through their territory, the Oceanids will launch a fierce attack." "Is it safe to take a boat?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not an ordinary boat, either. These boats are huge battleships with powerful offensive and defensive systems. Moreover, when they go out to sea, it's not just one boat, but dozens of them. Even the Oceanids have to think twice before facing such a powerful force. Once they start fighting, there will be disastrous casualties. The higher-ups of the Oceanids naturally don't want their people to die, so taking a boat is very safe." Jiang Tiando said. "Seniors, don't you plan to go to the ruins of God?" Lin Feng asked. "The ruins of God. We've been there." Murong Baichuan's aged eyes were filled with reminiscence. He smiled and said, "It's indeed a place full of opportunities, but after going there once, you shouldn't go there a second time. Opportunities are determined by the heavens. We already obtained our opportunities the last time the ruins of God opened." The next day, Lin Feng went to the harbor. Giant warships that were 10,000 meters long were docked at the harbor. There were a total of 36 such giant ships. If someone wanted to board one of the boats, they had to pay a top-grade spirit stone. It was extremely expensive, but it was worth it. Chapter 7:19. Lin Feng paid a piece of top-grade spirit stone. He also boarded the giant ship. This giant ship was called Wind Ride. Sometimes it would ride the wind and break the waves, flying straight into the sea. Riding the wind meant to move forward with the wind. This wind ride was not something that the ships that had just entered the sea could compare to. The wind ride was 10,000 meters long. There were 135 types of offensive arrays, 77 types of defensive arrays, and 52 types of auxiliary arrays on it. Such a giant ship, even if it encountered a ferocious sea monster like the nether demon shark, could contend against it. Not to mention, once they went out to sea, the fleet would go out together, and not alone. On the ship, people came and went. It was extremely lively. Now that the ruins of God had opened, at least more than half of Tianmu University's 3,000 prefectures had come. So, one could imagine how many people would come. A giant ship could hold 500,000 people. 36 giant ships could hold 18 million people. If the staff on the giant ship were included, the entire fleet, there were about 20 million people. It was equivalent to putting all the people in a small city into a fleet Among these 20 million people, there were many experts. No wonder Jiang Tiando Morong Baichuan, and the others said that it was safe to ride the giant ship. Such a huge force, even though the Sea clan ruled the inner sea and was powerful. But if they wanted to attack the fleet, they also had to consider whether they could bear such a huge loss. Monk! Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a monk on the giant ship. This was a young monk who looked to be around 20 years old. He wore a green kasaya. This made Lin Feng very surprised, because in the Tianwu continent, whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, very few people walked outside. As for the immeasurable Taoist, he belonged to the moving mountain Taoist lineage, a lineage that was despised by Taoism. In the eyes of the orthodox Taoists, this lineage was not even considered a branch of Taoism. Therefore, it was very difficult to see a proper Taoist. Lin Feng did not only see a monk, he also saw a Taoist. In the distance, there was a young Taoist around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a Taoist robe and looked like an immortal. They are all Taoists. The immeasurable Taoist is so wretched. Look at this one. He has the demeanor of an immortal. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. People were most afraid of comparisons. A comparison, the gap between them was immediately apparent. Many cultivators were chatting on the deck. Some cultivators also entered the cabin. The cabins were also divided into ordinary cabins and VIP cabins. Paying a piece of top-grade spirit stone would be an ordinary cabin. People came and went. It was very crowded. If he paid another 10 pieces of top-grade spirit stones, he would have to pay the price. Then he could proceed to the VIP cabin. The VIP cabins were all individual private rooms. The room was protected by restrictions. Therefore, if one were to rest or cultivate inside, they would not be disturbed. It was a long journey. Lin Feng headed for the VIP cabin. He planned to use this time to practice drawing spirit arrays. He wanted to improve his array formation skills. After Lin Feng handed over the spirit stones, someone led Lin Feng to the VIP box. There are only 10 VIP cabins left on this floor. If you're not satisfied, we can go to other cabins, said Lin Feng. The beautiful maid who brought Lin Feng over said, with a professional smile. Lin Feng said, "The private rooms here are fine as well. I'll take the third one." Lin Feng pointed to a private room. The beautiful maidservant nodded and opened the door to the private room. Lin Feng was about to enter. Wait, at this moment a voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators walked over. It was a young man and a young woman. It was obvious that these people were from extraordinary backgrounds. The one who spoke was the young man. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng asked. "Brat, this young master has taken a fancy to the private room you chose. Now that it's empty, you can choose another private room." The young master said with an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are 9 private rooms here, enough for you to choose." The woman laughed. "Zhang Qing, I told you, you can't get this private room. How about it? I was right, wasn't I?" The young master's face suddenly darkened. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "This young master wants your private room. You want me to say it again?" At this time, Lin Feng had already guessed the gist of the matter. This group of people saw that he was about to enter the private room. They made a bet with themselves. The one called Zhang Qing should have said that he could make Lin Feng obediently give up the private room. The woman said that Zhang Qing would not be able to get the private room. These two people were obviously betting with themselves. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhang Qing and said, "Scram." In an instant, absolute silence. Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. What was this brat saying? But soon, everyone came back to their senses. Everyone did not hear wrong. Zhang Qing's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Someone actually told him to scram. This brat, did he not want to live anymore? Brat, do you know who I am? Zhang Qing's sinister eyes looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. I don't care who you are. I don't have the time to play games with idiots like you. Idiots like us? The rest of the people were stunned. Then a sinister expression appeared on their faces. Lin Feng's words had scolded everyone. The woman was called Li Rong. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said sarcastically, These days, there's no lack of people who seek their own deaths. Said Lin Feng indifferently, Women should act like women. Don't act like flies and annoy people. You dare to mock me? Zhang Rong looked angrily at Lin Feng. Mock you? Are you worthy? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When the maid beside Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was in conflict with these people, she quickly reminded him, Don't worry. She hastily reminded him, Sir, please don't fight with them. They're from the Blood Soul Island. The Blood Soul Island is one of the 36 most powerful groups in the East China Sea. If you offend them, you won't have a good ending. Sir, hurry up and apologize to them. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Blood Soul Island? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had heard of Blood Soul Island before. However, he had not expected to get into a conflict with them today. Brat, since you know we're from Blood Soul Island, are you afraid? Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others looked at Lin Feng coldly and proudly. They were even thinking about how to humiliate Lin Feng later to vent their anger. Afraid? What a joke. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly. Get lost. Didn't you hear me? Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others' arrogant expressions froze. They had not thought that Lin Feng would dare to tell them to get lost after knowing their identities. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others' expressions turned cold. Brat, do you want to die? Men, teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Qing sneered. Yes. Chapter 720. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others looked at Lin Feng with a sneer. In their opinion, Lin Feng was just a small fry. Offending them, it was a dead end. These people seemed to have seen Lin Feng being kicked to the ground. However, what they didn't expect was Lin Feng easily dodged the kick from the cultivator on their side. Then, Lin Feng punched out. Bang! The cultivator was immediately sent flying. Catch him! Zhang Qing shouted with a gloomy expression. Two cultivators quickly rushed out, wanting to catch the cultivator, who was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. But when their bodies came into contact with the cultivator, who was sent flying by Lin Feng, they felt as if a mountain had crashed into them. A powerful force violently shook their bodies. The three of them were sent flying more than 10 meters away as if they were struck by lightning. They fell to the ground. Their bones were broken by the powerful force. They howled in pain. Lin Feng attacked. He would definitely not show mercy. A bunch of trash. How dare you cause trouble for me? Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others. At this moment, the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. The doors of the private rooms opened. Many people rushed out of the private rooms and surrounded the area to watch the show. Isn't that Zhang Qing and Li Rong from Blood Soul Island? Someone recognized the identities of Zhang Qing and the others. That's right, it's Zhang Qing and Li Rong from Blood Soul Island. Who is that kid? He offended Zhang Qing and Li Rong? The Blood Soul Island is an evil force. These people are cruel and merciless. Although they have restrained themselves in recent years, it doesn't mean that the people of the Blood Soul Island are easy to deal with. Offending the Blood Soul Island is a big problem, and they even fought. This is even worse. Blood Soul Island won't let this go. Many people were pointing at them and discussing animatedly. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was a martial king cultivator. He didn't have much power to resist the people from Blood Soul Island. One had to know, Blood Soul Island, Zhang Qing and Li Rong were both in the Yin-Yang realm. Even if Zhang Qing and Li Rong didn't make a move, the cultivators behind them, they were all at the peak of the martial king realm. They swarmed forward. He could also take down Lin Feng. Brat, I really couldn't tell that you have some skills. However, do you think that you can jump around in front of me with just this little bit of cultivation? Everyone, go and capture this brat. See how I deal with him. Zhang Qing waved his hand, a sinister smile on his face. Yes. Receiving Zhang Qing's order, the cultivators of Blood Soul Island all rushed towards Lin Feng. Zhang Qing and Li Rong stared coldly at Lin Feng. 13 cultivators at the peak of the martial king realm are attacking together. That brat is finished, many cultivators exclaimed. The cultivators of the Blood Soul Island all looked cold and gloomy. One by one, they unleashed powerful secret techniques to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. In his eyes, these people were simply ants that were not worth mentioning. He would kill them with his own hands. They would only dirty his hands. Get lost. Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. A powerful aura surged out. It instantly enveloped the dozen cultivators of Blood Soul Island. Wah! These cultivators of Blood Soul Island. It was as if they were struck by lightning. One by one, they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies moved dozens of meters away. Thump! Thump! The cultivators of Blood Soul Island fell to the ground one by one. Screams were heard. Silence! The VIP cabin, which was originally filled with people, suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had an expression of disbelief. A loud roar. More than a dozen peak martial king realm experts were seriously injured. This was too terrifying. So powerful. The maidservant who led Lin Feng here before slightly opened her red lips, full of shock. She originally thought that Lin Feng had caused a disaster. He would definitely be beaten up badly by the people of Blood Soul Island. She did not expect that. Lin Feng would be so powerful. That kid hit his cultivation level. Many of the cultivators who were watching muttered. A martial king realm cultivator seriously injured more than a dozen peak martial king realm cultivators with a loud roar. Anyway, they did not believe that such a thing could happen. He must have hidden his cultivation level. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qing and Li Rong's faces also became very ugly. Although they were both at the Yin-Yang realm, they could not do what Lin Feng did. A loud roar. He could seriously injure more than a dozen peak martial king realm cultivators with a roar. What kind of cultivation level could do this? Zhang Qing and Li Rong knew that they had kicked an iron plate today. They had underestimated this kid in front of them. There are always some people who like to use the so-called forces behind them to humiliate others. If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? Sooner or later, you will offend someone that even you can't afford to offend. I'll give you 2 choices. 1 is to be beaten half to death by me. 2 is to slap yourselves 10 times and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Qing and Li Rong coldly. Many people looked at Zhang Qing and Li Rong with gloating eyes. Blood Soul Island was an evil force. It had a bad reputation. It was said that Blood Soul Island secretly sent many experts to disguise themselves as pirates to kill and rob. Many people were extremely angry, but there was no evidence. Therefore, when they saw the people of Blood Soul Island being humiliated, not only did they not have any pity, on the contrary, They felt very happy. Kid, do you want to fight to the death with Blood Soul Island? Zhang Qing would not slap his own face. He looked at Lin Feng gloomily. At this moment, he mentioned Blood Soul Island. Obviously, Zhang Qing wanted to use the reputation of Blood Soul Island to intimidate Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to be afraid of Blood Soul Island, so that he would not make things difficult for them. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Are you threatening me?" His eyes turned cold. Then, a terrifying force spread out. Bang! The force that spread out from Lin Feng's body directly bombarded Zhang Qing's body. Zhang Qing was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He did not even have the ability to resist. Zhang Qing was only at the first firmament of the yin-yang realm. In front of Lin Feng, he was as weak as an ant. Force. Heavens! He actually condensed force. No wonder he is so powerful. Many people exclaimed. They could feel the force in Lin Feng's body. Many people were deeply shocked. Even if he was a creation realm expert, he could condense force. It was extremely rare. Lin Feng, a cultivator in his 20s, could actually condense force. This was really too terrifying. Lin Feng walked step by step toward Zhang Qing and Li Rong. Li Rong's original pride had been completely crushed. Her whole body was trembling. Zhang Qing looked at Lin Feng with a face full of fear. "I was wrong. Forgive me. I will slap my own face." Chapter 7:21. The slap landed on his face. His heart was filled with hatred. Zhang Qing lowered his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to cut this person who brought shame to him into 1,000 pieces. But Zhang Qing knew he was no match for Lin Feng. He had to endure. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. It had to be said that this Zhang Qing, he was really good at enduring. What about you? Lin Feng looked at Li Rong indifferently. Li Rong's mouth twitched violently. She wanted to beg. But when she saw Lin Feng's cold gaze, Li Rong swallowed the words that she wanted to blurt out. Li Rong raised her hand. She slapped herself 10 times. "Can you let us go now?" Zhang Qing and Li Rong asked. "Scram," Lin Feng said indifferently. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others turned and left quickly. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Feng naturally knew that these people would hate him, but he didn't care. Only a mediocre person would not be hated. Zhang Qing and Li Rong were small fries. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. This guy is really strong. He actually made Zhang Qing and Li Rong slap their own faces. But by doing so, he has completely offended Blood Soul Island. Brother, you're too naive. If he didn't do this, wouldn't he have offended Blood Soul Island? Those people from the Blood Soul Island are evil cultivators. Since they already had a conflict, they won't let it go so easily. But that boy is really decisive. He doesn't seem to care about them at all. I don't know who he is. He's probably the successor of a major force in the intercontinent. But this kid forgot that he's in the deep sea now. The major forces in the intercontinent don't have much influence in the sea. I don't think this matter will end so easily. Let's just wait and see. Many cultivators whispered. At this moment, Lin Feng added another array formation outside his box. These boxes were soundproof, but it couldn't stop others from destroying the boxes. Lin Feng naturally knew that the people from Blood Soul Island wouldn't let this matter end so easily. It would be fine if these people didn't come. Since they were here, they naturally wouldn't let them off lightly. Do you think that this is a place where anyone can come and behave atrociously? Lin Feng then entered the private room. The area of the room was about 50 square meters, and the decoration inside was very luxurious. There was even a spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy was abundant. No wonder it would cost 10 top-grade spirit stones. What a luxurious life. He lay on the bed for a while. Lin Feng began to circulate the archaic dragonesque elephant art to regulate his breathing. In the following period of time, Lin Feng estimated that it would take more than 2 months to reach the ruins of God. Such a long time. Lin Feng naturally had many things to do. Cultivate. Then he studied spirit arrays and alchemy. He couldn't give up on his cultivation. He couldn't neglect the 2 support skills either. This was especially true for spirit arrays. It was too important. At that moment, Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others arrived at another VIP cabin. There were several cultivators from the Blood Soul Island here, and they were all Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. Several Yin-Yang Realm cultivators from the Blood Soul Island were talking to a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. The middle-aged cultivator was wearing the robe of the Spirit Array Guild. He was obviously a Spirit Array master. His crescent moon robe. It revealed his identity. This was an elder of the Spirit Array Guild. There were many types of robes in the Spirit Array Guild. Ordinary Spirit Array masters wore white robes. If one became a Deacon Spirit Array master, they would wear a star robe. The Elder Spirit Array master wore a crescent moon robe. The Great Elder Spirit Array master wore a sun robe. If one broke through to the heaven realm, they would wear a sun-moon star robe. This middle-aged man was called Zhan Junhua. This person worked in the East Sea Spirit Array Guild. He was naturally a high and mighty figure. Even the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island were fawning over Zhan Junhua. Senior brother, please uphold justice for us. Zhang Qing and Li Rong came here and looked at the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island with pitiful expressions. Elder Zhan is sitting here. How can you be so impolite? A Blood Soul Island cultivator named Tang Miaosheng said in a deep voice. Zhang Qing and Li Rong also noticed Zhan Junhua at this time. They naturally knew Zhan Junhua of the Spirit Array Guild. The 2 of them hurriedly bowed and said, "We were rude. Please forgive us, Elder." Zhan Junhua smiled and said, "It's understandable that you didn't see clearly." At this time, Tang Miaosheng said, "Since Elder Zhan is magnanimous and doesn't blame you, I won't punish you. What happened? Why did you come here in a panic?" Li Rong immediately said with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, we were bullied by a brat." "Oh, someone dares to bully the cultivators of our Blood Soul Island." Tang Miaosheng's expression darkened. "That brat knows that we are cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. It's obvious that he doesn't put us in his eyes." Zhang Qing said. "How preposterous." Tang Miaosheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Tang Miaosheng didn't ask Zhang Qing and Li Rong why they had a conflict with someone. He wasn't interested in this. Because in Tang Miaosheng's opinion, if the other party took the initiative to bully the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island, he would be courting death. If the brat dared to resist because the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island bullied him, he would also be courting death. Anyway, that was it. No matter what the reason was, that brat actually dared to attack the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. He was courting death. This was the reason why most people didn't dare to offend the people of the Blood Soul Island. The Blood Soul Island did things. They didn't care about right or wrong. They were domineering and ruthless. If anyone offended them, it didn't matter if they were right or wrong. They would still be retaliated against by the cultivators of the Blood Soul Island. Senior brothers, stay here and accompany Elder Zhan. I'll be back soon. Tang Miaosheng said. The other cultivators of the Blood Soul Island nodded. Tang Miaosheng stood up and looked at Zhang Qing and Li Rong. Lead the way. I'll meet that brat. Senior brothers, follow us. Zhang Qing and Li Rong led the way. Both of them sneered. They thought, "Brat, I'll make you kneel in front of us and beg for mercy like a dog." Thinking of this scene, the two of them felt happy. Soon, they arrived at the VIP cabin where Lin Feng's private room was. "Look, the people of the Blood Soul Island are here. I was right. The cultivators of the Blood Soul Island are really here. The people of the Blood Soul Island are vengeful." "Is that Tang Miaosheng from the Blood Soul Island?" "What? He's Tang Miaosheng?" "It's said that this person has swallowed the blood of ancient beasts. His combat strength is extremely terrifying, and he can defeat opponents who are several realms higher." "That's right. I've also heard of it. I didn't expect Tang Miaosheng to personally take action today. I'm afraid that brat in the private room is finished." Chapter 722. "Senior brother, it's that room. That brat must be hiding there." Zhang Qing and Li Rong pointed to the room where Lin Feng was. "Yes." Tang Miaosheng nodded. "Hurry up and get out of the way." The people from Blood Soul Island cleared the way. A path was cleared. Tang Miaosheng was surrounded by many people and walked towards Lin Feng's private room. "I wonder how Tang Miaosheng will deal with that brat when he's caught. Tang Miaosheng is a ruthless person. He will at least break that brat's legs." "I think Tang Miaosheng will destroy that brat's dantian." Many people were discussing. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Tang Miaosheng was famous. He had swallowed the blood of ancient beasts. His battle strength was extremely strong. This was also the reason why everyone was not optimistic about Lin Feng. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was very strong, but Tang Miaosheng was also very monstrous, and he was even more powerful than Lin Feng. The two powerful people collided. Naturally, the more powerful one would win. "Brat, get out here." Zhang Qing stood at the door and shouted arrogantly, now that Tang Miaosheng was here. As a result, Zhang Qing's courage grew. However, there was no response from the room, because Lin Feng had activated the sound isolation restriction. No sound could be heard. "Brat, do you think you can hide inside like a turtle? If you don't come out, I will kick the door and drag you out." Zhang Qing sneered and shouted. He kicked the door of the private room. At this moment, a formation pattern appeared and swept towards Zhang Qing. Formation pattern. What a guy. This is a technique to condense a formation in the void. That brat is also a spirit array master. Seeing the formation pattern suddenly appear, many people cried out in alarm. To these cultivators, spirit array masters were mysterious and unfathomable. They were lofty figures. They were both in the yin-yang realm. But if they had the identity of a spirit array master, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhang Qing obviously did not expect Lin Feng to be a spirit array master. Seeing the array pattern sweeping towards them, Zhang Qing's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid the attack of the array pattern. However, retreat at this time. It was already too late. Zhang Qing was unable to dodge the attack of the array pattern. He was swept away by the powerful formation runes. There was a thump. He fell to the ground. Crack, crack. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Screams rang out continuously. So powerful. Heavens! What level of formation is this? How could it be so powerful? No matter what, Zhang Qing is still a yin-yang cultivator. He was defeated in an instant. Many people cried out in surprise. Although Zhang Qing's cultivation base was built up through the use of elixirs, Zhang Qing's cultivation base was extremely high. He could only be considered an ordinary yin-yang cultivator. But yin-yang realm. It was the yin-yang realm. He had defeated an Yin-Yang cultivator so easily. Indeed, it gave people a feeling of incredulity. Seeing this, the rest of the Blood Soul Island cultivators shuddered in fear. Fortunately, it was Zhang Qing who kicked the door. If they were the ones in the past, wasn't he the one lying on the ground now? Junior brother Zhang, how do you feel? Tang Miaosheng looked at Zhang Qing and asked, Senior brother, many of my bones have been broken. Senior brother, you must avenge me. Zhang Qing wailed as he looked at Tang Miaosheng. Junior sister Li, take care of junior brother Zhang. Tang Miaosheng looked at Li Rong. Li Rong quickly nodded and went to check on Zhang Qing's injuries with the others. At this time, Tang Miaosheng walked towards the private room. Tang Miaosheng is going to personally make a move. Tang Miaosheng is at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, but because he swallowed the blood of ancient beasts, he obtained a great opportunity. Even a 5th level Yin-Yang realm cultivator is not Tang Miaosheng's match. That's right. Tang Miaosheng can easily challenge those of a higher level. Now that Tang Miaosheng is going to make a move, breaking that kid's formation will be a piece of cake. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. Tang Miaosheng raised his right hand and condensed an energy palm. He slapped towards the private room. But at this time, the large formation set up by Lin Feng was activated. The formation runes twisted. Bang! The formation runes collided with the energy palm condensed by Tang Miaosheng. Tang Miaosheng's energy palm was shattered by the formation runes. Tang Miaosheng's attack was broken. Could it be that Tang Miaosheng is unable to break the formation runes? Suddenly, a cultivator said in bewilderment. That was just a probing attack. Tang Miaosheng hasn't really made a move yet. The good show is yet to come. A cultivator explained. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? At this time, the formation runes intertwined. A figure appeared. It was a young cultivator. It's him, the young cultivator in the private room. Many people recognized Lin Feng. Seeing that illusory figure, Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others immediately gritted their teeth. They had suffered a great loss at Lin Feng's hands. Naturally, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred, creating an image imprint. That kid might be even more powerful than we thought. A cultivator said. Tang Miaosheng looked coldly at Lin Feng's illusory figure and said, Kid, you dare to offend my Blood Soul Island. You're simply courting death. Today, I will break your restrictions, capture you, and cripple your limbs. This is the consequence of offending my Blood Soul Island. Lin Feng's illusory figure said coldly, If you want to die, then do it. Impudent. Tang Miaosheng's eyes suddenly darkened, and he threw out 3 consecutive punches. Bang, bang, bang. His fist shook the void. Waves of tyrannical power surged. It suddenly exploded. The formation runes arranged by Lin Feng also showed their power. The formation runes rushed towards Tang Miaosheng. The two sides collided. Tang Miaosheng's fist technique was broken by Lin Feng's formation runes. Tang Miaosheng was swept away. Seeing that Tang Miaosheng was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone's expression was one of incomparable astonishment. This was something that no one had expected. Originally, everyone had thought that Tang Miaosheng would be able to easily break the formation runes and then capture Lin Feng. Then, he would ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. After being repelled, Tang Miaosheng's expression suddenly became gloomy. He felt that his face had been damaged. Tang Miaosheng's body turned into a blood-red giant axe and slashed towards the dense formation runes. Blood Shadow Axe Kill. This is a secret technique of Blood Soul Island. Tang Miaosheng can actually turn himself into a blood-red giant axe. He has cultivated this secret technique to the large success stage. Seeing Tang Miaosheng transform into a blood-red giant axe, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Then another cultivator shouted, "Look, Tang Miaosheng is going to tear all the formation runes." Just as the cultivator's voice fell, the dense formation runes collided with the blood-red giant axe that Tang Miaosheng had turned into. The formation runes actually condensed into the shape of the word destroy. This was a formation combination that Lin Feng had recently researched. He was trying to integrate the Tao aura of the word destroy into the formation. The power of the formation combination would be greatly increased. Bang! It was accompanied by a dull, loud sound. Then a figure flew out like a kite with a short string. It was actually Tang Miaosheng. A collision. Tang Miaosheng was severely injured. His entire body was covered in wounds. Blood dripped. His body cracked like porcelain. Tang Miaosheng roared. He wanted to avoid the formation runes. However, the dense formation runes suppressed him. Plop! Tang Miaosheng directly knelt on the ground, unable to move. "You provoke my dignity. Kneel here and repent." Lin Feng's phantom coldly looked at Tang Miaosheng, who was kneeling on the ground. Then it dissipated. Everyone was shocked. In the entire VIP cabin, Chapter 723. Let me go. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Tang Miaosheng's face twisted. Tang Miaosheng was a genius of Blood Soul Island. He was powerful. Now, he was kneeling on the ground. He had lost all face. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Tang Miaosheng roared angrily and struggled, but he couldn't break free at all. The array set up by Lin Feng was too powerful. How could Tang Miaosheng break it? Senior brother Tang has been suppressed. Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others were almost scared to death when they saw this scene. Tang Miaosheng was a powerful existence that could even defeat a cultivator at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. But now he was actually suppressed. What level of spirit array master was that brat? The spirit array he set up was actually so powerful. The surrounding cultivators also came back to their senses at this moment. They looked at Tang Miaosheng, who was kneeling in front of the box. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. But this was indeed true. Tang Miaosheng had been suppressed, kneeling on the ground. What level of spirit array master is that brat? Isn't the array he set up too powerful? Spirit array masters need to accumulate experience, so breaking through is very difficult. That brat looks like he's only around 20 years old. How could he set up such a powerful array? To be able to suppress Tang Miaosheng, that guy should be an Earth-level spirit array master, right? An Earth-level spirit array master around 20 years old. Heavens, isn't this too monstrous? Many people began to discuss. Their faces were filled with shock. This kind of thing, who would believe it? But it happened right in front of their eyes. They couldn't help but believe it. Quick, go back and find Senior Brother Song and the others for help. I want to cut that brat into 1,000 pieces. At this time, Tang Miaosheng calmed down a lot and looked at Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the others. They didn't dare to hesitate and quickly went to find the other yin-yang realm cultivators of Blood Soul Island. In the 3rd VIP cabin, Song Yinqing took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Jean Junhua. He smiled and said, "Elder Jean, this is the blood demon, liquid refined by one of the supreme elders of Blood Soul Island. After refining it to greatly increase one's soul power." Jean Junhua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said reservedly, "As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward for nothing. I can't accept such a valuable thing." Although he said that he couldn't accept it, however, his eyes did not leave the porcelain bottle that contained the blood demon liquid. Clearly, Jean Junhua was just being polite. He really wanted the demonic blood liquid. Song Yunqing smiled and said, Elder Jean, it's fate that we met on this giant ship. Although we weren't familiar with each other before, now that we've confided in each other, we should be considered good friends, right? Isn't it normal for good friends to give each other some trinkets? Song Yunqing really knew how to talk. With just a few words, he had closed the distance between him and Jean Junhua. Furthermore, it also gave Jean Junhua a reason to accept the blood demon liquid. Jean Junhua laughed and said, Brother Song is right. It's normal for friends to give each other small things. Since that's the case, I'll accept this demonic blood liquid. Jean Junhua kept the blood demon liquid. This was no small thing. This was a priceless treasure. It was something that couldn't be bought even if one wanted to. With this bottle of demonic blood liquid, one's soul force would increase by a lot. This kind of treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation was the rarest and most expensive treasure. Most of the time, it was priceless. After Jean Junhua accepted the item, he became much more enthusiastic. He chatted happily with Song Yunqing, Wang Haiyang, and Lu Junsun. At this time, Zhang Qing, Li Rong, and the rest anxiously walked over. Senior brother, something happened. The two of them had long faces. Song Yunqing's expression darkened slightly as he asked, What happened? Where's junior brother Tang Miaoxing? Zhang Qing's voice was filled with resentment as he said, It's that little bastard. He set up a great array and heavily injured me. Senior brother Tang Miaoxing has also been suppressed. He's currently kneeling outside the box. What? There's such a thing? Song Yunqing's face suddenly darkened. Li Rong said, Senior brother, the great array that kid set up is too powerful. We can't break it at all. Great array? That's easy too. I'll help you break it. Jean Junhua smiled. He had just accepted the demonic blood liquid. He was in a good mood. From Jean Junhua's point of view, wasn't cracking a mirror array formation an easy task? Thank you, Elder Jean. Song Yunqing and the rest hurriedly thanked him. The group quickly arrived at the first VIP cabin. When they arrived, they saw Tang Miaoxing kneeling on the ground from afar. Song Yunqing, Wang Haiyang, and Lu Junsun's expressions immediately darkened. Who is this kid? He's simply courting death. Once Elder Jean breaks that kid's array, I'll definitely torture him until he wishes he was dead. Song Yunqing said sinisterly. Look, Blood Soul Islands, Song Yunqing, and the rest are here. Song Yunqing is at the 6th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Wang Haiyang and Lu Junsun beside him are at the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Are they trying to break the array by force? No, look at who's beside Song Yunqing. That's Elder Jean Junhua from the Union of Spiritual Array Masters. That's right, it's Jean Junhua. They actually invited him. That little boy's deployment spell will definitely be broken. That little boy's most powerful deployment spell is his deployment spell. If his deployment spell is broken, Song Yunqing and the others will definitely capture him. He'll definitely die then. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Elder Jean, many cultivators also rushed towards Jean Junhua to greet him. The elders of the Union of Spiritual Array Masters were all lofty existences. Yes, Jean Junhua nodded proudly. Soon, the group arrived in front of the VIP cabin. Jean Junhua is going to break the array himself. That kid is really done for. Many people whispered. Jean Junhua glanced at the array outside the cabin and sneered. Kid, come out. Since you're also a spiritual array master, I'll put in a good word for you. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll break your array. At that time, you'll be captured by the friends from Blood Soul Island. I won't plead on your behalf. No one said anything from the cabin. Jean Junho's expression immediately darkened. He felt like he was being ignored. Jean Junho said coldly, "Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for making a move." Jean Junho's palm was covered in array patterns as he walked towards the cabin. He was about to break Lin Feng's array. Suddenly, the array patterns outside the cabin distorted. Lin Feng's image appeared. Jean Junho, who had been preparing to break the array, arrogantly saw Lin Feng's image. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then his whole body trembled violently. My lord, why are you here?" Jean Junho clearly recognized Lin Feng's identity and was so scared that his whole body trembled. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. What happened? Why did Jean Junho kneel before they even fought? The surrounding cultivators felt like they were about to go crazy. Jean Junho was an elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild. Even a cultivator at the creation realm would be polite to Jean Junho. But now, Jean Junho was kneeling on the ground in fear. Why was this happening? Could it be because everyone looked at the illusory figure that appeared in front of the box in horror? Jean Junho saw that shadow. That was why he knelt. Was it really that shadow that scared Jean Junho to the point of kneeling on the ground? If it's true, who is that young master? How could he scare a big shot like Jean Junho to this extent? Everyone stared at the cabin, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. They thought that everything in front of them was just a dream. Chapter 7:24. Who are you? Lin Feng's shadow looked at Jean Junho. This subordinate is an elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild. Jean Junho said carefully, at that time, when Lin Feng was crowned as the great elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild, even the 4 saint-level Spirit Array Masters appeared. This matter caused a huge uproar. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng might become one of the successors of the Spirit Array Master Guild in the future. After all, Lin Feng was only around 20 years old this year. Such a person, not to mention a mere district elder, even the great elders would probably want to befriend him. So it's someone from the Spirit Array Master Guild. "You want to break my array?" Lin Feng asked. Jean Junho was so scared that he trembled and quickly said, "Sir, this subordinate doesn't dare." "Then leave," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's shadow disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. The array patterns in the air. It also returned to peace. Jean Junho let out a long breath. "Sir, did you hear that?" A big shot like Jean Junho actually called that young man sir. Who exactly is that young man? Everyone was deeply shocked in their hearts. "Elder Jean, what are you?" Seeing Jean Junho stand up from the ground, Song Yunqing asked in confusion. When Jean Junho saw Song Yunqing now, he had the urge to slap him to death. This guy had actually offended the great elder Lin Feng. He had almost caused him to fall into his trap. However, Jean Junho still remembered that Song Yunqing had given him a bottle of blood demon liquid, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Song Yunqing and said, "Leave the Lord inside is not someone your Blood Soul Island can provoke." Song Yunqing and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They were very unwilling. However, they could only retreat. Jean Junho was like a door god, standing at the side of the box and acting as a guard for Lin Feng. It can't be? Jean Junho actually became a guard. I'm really curious. Who exactly is that guy in the box? Could he be a disciple of the Spirit Array Master Guild's higher-ups? He's so young, but his level as a Spirit Array Master is so high. It's possible that he's the son of one of the higher-ups of the Union of Spirit Array Masters. No wonder Jean Junho was so scared. If he's a descendant of a high-level member of the Spirit Spellcaster Union, he might become one of the rulers in the future and control the fate of all spirit spellcasters. This Jean Junhua is quite smart. Maybe he'll benefit from this disaster and take advantage of this opportunity to get close to that mysterious prince. Many people were talking about it. One after another, the rest of the people also began to leave. Lin Feng had no idea what was happening outside. This was because he had sealed off the entire room with a formation and was cultivating diligently inside. Time passed day by day. Lin Feng cultivated every day, studying spirit arrays and alchemy. Day after day passed just like that. 1.5 months later, the fleet arrived at the deep sea. This was already the territory of the oceanic race. Thus, the fleet began to move forward. He was also very careful. Creak. The door to the private room opened, and Lin Feng walked out. "Greetings, my lord." Jean Junhua, who was guarding outside, hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng carefully sensed the memories left outside and understood everything that had happened before. This Jean Junhua had actually been guarding outside the private room for more than a month. This perseverance was really amazing. Jean Junhua, right? You've done well. Go and rest. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jean Junhua was so moved that tears filled his eyes. It seemed that he had worked hard to guard here for Lord Lin Feng for more than a month. All his hard work had not been in vain. Lord Lin Feng, remember my name. Thank you for your concern, my lord. This subordinate will take his leave. Jean Junhua bowed to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng came to the deck. Such heavy snow. Lin Feng was surprised. Snow was falling outside. Many of the islands were white. The climate of the ocean has always been so changeable. Different sea regions may have different climates. A young Taoist priest walked over and smiled. Lin Feng had seen this Taoist priest before. He smiled and said, "How should I address you, Taoist priest?" "My Taoist name is Shang Yuan," the Taoist priest said. "Lin Feng, Benefactor Lin, you also know my Taoist cultivation techniques." Taoist Shang Yuan asked curiously. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had learned breaking formations with formations and dragon-seeking technique from Taoist Wuliang. These were all the teachings of the Taoist priest of Moving Mountain. He had not used them yet. This Taoist priest Shang Yuan could actually sense something. This Taoist priest, although he looked young, his methods, he was not simple. Lin Feng could not help but secretly be on guard. However, his expression did not change. He said, "I once came into contact with a Taoist priest and received his guidance." Taoist priest Shang Yuan smiled and said, "That is Benefactor's opportunity. It seems that Benefactor is fated with the Tao. I wonder if Benefactor has any plans to join Mount Longhu?" Mount Longhu was a Taoist holy land. It worshipped the three pure ones. This Taoist priest Shang Yuan actually came from Mount Longhu. His background was indeed frightening. However, Lin Feng did not have any plans to become a Taoist priest. A Taoist priest had a pure heart and few desires. Lin Feng could not live such a life. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind invitation, Taoist priest, but I already have my own path." Taoist priest Shang Yuan shook his head regretfully. Taoist priest Shang Yuan, "It is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, a dozen cultivators walked over. A golden-robed young man smiled and greeted Taoist priest Shang Yuan. "So it is Benefactor Jean Tianyu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Taoist priest Shang Yuan smiled. This group of people did not have simple backgrounds, especially Jean Tianyu, who was the heir of an ancient celestial dynasty in Sangming Prefecture. He was abnormally powerful. "How should I address you, little brother?" Jean Tianyu smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Jin Tianyu. This is my junior brother, Li Shangyuan, Qiu Jian, Pei Tianhong, and my junior sister Li Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. The others were not as enthusiastic as Jin Tianyu. They only cupped their fists in greeting. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. Taoist priest Shan Yuan also left quickly. Li Yu said in surprise, "Why did senior brother befriend that brat Lin Feng? He seems to be just a martial king cultivator." Her tone was filled with contempt. Jin Tianyu smiled and said, "I always tell you that you have to smile when you are outside. This Lin Feng may be ordinary now, but he might be able to reach that level in the future. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." The others quickly nodded. They all understood what Jin Tianyu meant. In the following period of time, Lin Feng often communicated with Taoist priest Shan Yuan, Jin Tianyu, and the others about cultivating their morals. This was also a kind of cultivation. 10 days later, the fleet entered a black sea. The endless black sea emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The Black Sea is the most dangerous place. Many people had grave expressions. The Black Sea was not only a place where the Oceanic clan was active. It was said that the 9 great pirate kings also appeared in the Black Sea. Although the fleet was huge, they still had to be careful in the Black Sea. If they encountered the Oceanic clan or the pirate kings, they would encounter them. It was also possible for the fleet to be destroyed. Look, what is that?